أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواب.
رد يا أبو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواه. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Round 3 of Qatar Masters brought many exciting battles and intense fights. Grandmaster Andrei Sipenko defeated Grandmaster from India Surya Ganguly, showcasing precise calculation to outplay his opponent. Grandmaster Shan Sargsyan scored an impressive win against Grandmaster Adiban, converting the endgame advantage. Grandmaster Arkady Naidic outclassed International Master Polina Shuvalova, taking control early on and converting his advantage decisively. Grandmaster Puya Idani continued his strong performance, defeating International Master Arash Tahbas in a sharp encounter. With intense battles across the board, round 4 brings more tension since only 4 players are on the perfect score. Stay tuned for our expert commentary and insight from our broadcast team, Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan and International Master Irene Sukandar.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Angelika Volkova, bringing us the highlights and recap from yesterday's round. Hello, guys. Welcome back to the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. Today is round number 4, and Irene and Srinath are back for you. Srinath, yesterday, it was such an exciting day. I saw so many instructive games and so many good moves. What do you think will happen today?
I think more of it. I think more exciting games, more interesting games, and more beauty on the chessboard.
More beauty, it is. Yes, I'm looking forward for all the good moves, and the preparations will be unleashed by all the players because, well, we just finished the first one-third of the tournament. Now round number 4, we're going to see like the midway of the tournament. But I think first of all, let's update ourselves on the pairings, because we have 4 players with full points and they're facing each other. Arkady Naidic playing against Yushipenko on the first board, and Sargsyan Shan will be taking on Idani Puya.
And then we have the all-Indian encounter, Arjun Erigaizi against the young and upcoming Pranesh M, and Ivan Zemlyanskii, again young and upcoming, even younger, against Nihal Sarin. Now Arjun Erigaizi and Nihal Sarin, they're barely 21 years old, but their opponents are even younger than them. And it's similar on board 5, Sankul Gupta against Haik Martirosyan. We have the all-Indian encounter on board 6, SL Narayanan against Ritvik Raja, who drew yesterday against Karthikeyan Murli. Karthikeyan Murli himself plays against Reza Mahdavi, who has had an absolutely impressive tournament so far.
Yep.
A win against Abdusatro in the first round. Yesterday he drew against Daneshwar Bardia. So he's having a sublime tournament.
Yes.
Then Abdus Salimo against the star of yesterday, Salim Saleh, who unleashed spectacular preparation, had the shortest win of the game in just 1.5 hours.
Yeah, and then on the 9th board, we'll see Daneshwar Bardia versus the experienced player, a veteran from Kazakhstan, Kashgalev Murtash, who got 2.5, and the half point itself was because of the draw with Arjun Erigaizi. So he's still in the contention to win the first prize here, just half a point behind the leaders. And also on the 10th board, we see Parham Maksudlu playing against the young Uzbek player Madamidov Mukidin.
And that rounds up our first 10 boards. Let's have a look at the standings, where the game players stand at the end of the first 3 rounds.
So, as mentioned earlier, we have 4 players with perfect scores, 3 out of 3, and we have a bunch of 2.5 pointers. Erigaisi Arjun, Pranesh, Zemlyanskii Ivan, Nihal Sarin, Sankap Gupta, Martin Roshan, Narayanan SL, Raja Ritvik, Karthikeyan, Mahdavi, Abdi Salimov, Salim Saleh, Daneshvar, Bardia, Kashgaliev, and that's pretty much it.
Yep. 14 players
14
trailing
players.
behind
Yes, yeah.
at 2.5.
Yeah, and also yesterday, less upsets than the previous rounds actually. But in the lower boards, I noticed there are some half of upsets. The low-rated players managed successfully defending the positions, the games, and they could take on half a point from the stronger player. Like for example, because in this Qatar Masters Open, it's not only about the open prize money, but also there's best women's prize. And so many strong female players are taking part in this tournament. And I just noticed a few of phenomenal performance by, for example, Vantika. Vantika played 3 grandmasters back to back to back, and she managed to defend half a point against each of them. It's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were not just Grandmaster opponents, but they were all, I think, about 2650. Starting with Artemiev in the first round against Leon Mendonca yesterday. Everyone about 2600, top 100 Grandmasters in the world. And so many such results throughout the tournament.
Exactly. And I also saw Nandita. She scores 2 out of 3, losing only to Adibanu in the first round. But yesterday, she scored an upset against an Indian Pranay Phupala, a grandmaster.
Yep.
Yeah,
We also covered that game briefly in our broadcast yesterday. It was Raguzin with the black pieces.
Yep.
And she had these knights on e4 and g4.
And Polina Shivalova is still in a contention to win the Best Women's Prize. She's still on 2 out of 3. Yesterday we saw her game against Arkady Naidic, where she lost it. But now she's playing with white pieces against low-rated opponents. So I think she's going to bounce back and then, still leading the female players.
Yep.
So I think the games are about to start, but if there's any delay, it is because of the security measures that's applied in this tournament. It is very strict. We have all these airport measures, yeah? We have all the X-rays, so that's why sometimes the players can be delayed coming to the venue because we want everything to be going as smooth as possible. And there you go, we have the view of the playing hall. There on the corner right, we see Laurent Freit, our chief arbiter in this Qatar Masters Open, about to announce the starting of the 4th round.
Yeah, and all the players taking their seats gradually. We see most of the players have filled the seats, and a few players still coming in. One or two players still waiting for their opponents. But the round set to kick off very soon. The 4th round of the Qatar Masters with the prize fund of $108,650 in total.
Right. Well, you got that screen on. Otherwise, I would be surprised how you would be able to remember the exact number of the total prize fund. But yes, it's $108,650. It's a lot of money, Srinath.
Yeah, and I mean that figure might not be so easy to remember, but I remember the first prize, the $25,000 first prize fund, which all the players are fighting for in the A group.
Yeah. Well, I think it's not only about the money, but also the prestige of winning the Qatar Masters Open, because this tournament has a long traditions since back in 2014. I actually played the first edition of the Qatar Masters Open.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I skipped the one in 2015, and then after that, whenever I took a part in Qatar Masters Open, it's when I become the commentator, so no longer a player. Yeah, so as you can see, this is, I think, one of the few tournaments where all the top players, including Magnus Carlsen himself, was taking a part. Last year we saw Magnus. Hikaru, Anish Giri, and a bunch of other elite top players. So that's why, having won the Qatar Masters Open and putting it in your resume, it means something for your future in chess, because if you already win a title in this tournament, you are already in the different level from other players.
Absolutely. It's one of the strongest opens in the history
Yes.
of chess. And in fact, it was probably undisputedly the strongest tournament in some of the editions.
Yeah.
When they had players like Magnus and Hikaru
Yeah.
playing. And it seems like they're keeping up with the tradition of at least having won 2800 in the tournament.
Yeah.
Now with Arjun being the first seed of this event.
Yeah, totally. And speaking of Arjun, yeah, we also discussed yesterday that this Qatar Masters Open is so strong that it is included in the tournaments that's going to be counted for the FIDE circuit points. And well, I think now Arjun is neck to neck with Fabiano Caruana in order to get the first place of the FIDE circuit points.
Absolutely. The 2024 FIDE circuit will be the first spot for the 8-player candidates tournament in 2026. And right now, it's a neck and neck fight between Fabiano, who's playing in St. Louis, and Arjun Erigaisi, who's playing in Doha, as well as Nodebek Abdusatoro, who is in the third place in the FIDE circuit. And this is one of the last tournaments to be counted for the FIDE circuit in 2024, because the last tournament, the cutoff time is at December 15, 2024.
Yeah.
With the exception of the World Rapid and Blitz in New York, which will be the last tournament. So a lot at stake, and who goes with the first place to New York will be determined in the next 1 week.
Yeah, but of course, we still are on this tournament. So I think the point that you can get from this tournament is also very important. Yeah, because in the World Rapid and Blitz ladder, I mean, so many other players were also taking part, like Magnus, also Hikaru, so and Fabi himself too. So it's going to be very interesting. But judging from how it's going to be, it's even going to be more difficult.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is not going to be. It's not going to be easy winning in a field with Magnus and Hikaru, but neither is it going to be easy winning in a field with in the Qatar Masters itself.
Yeah.
It's not just Arjun who is a 2800, but we have a Nodebek Abdusatoro who is in the second seed. And as we saw yesterday, out of the top 10 players, only 2 out of the top 10 players reached 2 out of 2 in the first 2 rounds.
That's right.
And that became 1 yesterday because Nihal Sarin drew against Sankalp Gupta. So we only have Eshipenko from the top 10 seeds who has a perfect 3 out of 3, which shows the depth of the field. There are just so many strong players in this event, and that shows in the number of upsets that's happened so far.
Yeah. Also, even if when they're playing against opponents who are similar to their ratings, we can see so many decisive games as well, not only like draws. Speaking of draws, we are enforcing the Soviet draw rule here that you shouldn't offer a draw before Black's 30th move. So it also means that the number of draws that we see in many open tournaments will be very significantly reduced in this tournament because of this 30 move mark.
Oh, absolutely. In general, a lot of these players are always ready to fight, but in case they feel like today I'm going to take an off day and make a big draw, they can't do it. They have to play at least 30 moves. And it has happened so many times in my own games. Like for instance, especially when I'm in the lead in the tournament and I play one of my close competitors and I'm like, okay, so today I don't mind a draw in the first 10 moves. And my mechanism used to be when I'm just slightly better, I would just go and offer a draw. But due to this 30 move rule, I wouldn't be able to do that in the first 10 moves. And it actually worked for me because I have won a lot of these games where I felt like I wanted to offer a draw quite early.
Yeah. I totally understand your point of view because been there, done that. And there you go. We have the ceremonial first move. If only the camera was adjusted, we would be able to see who's making the first move. But as of now, let's enjoy the view. So Naidit Arkardic, he switched his federation again to Bulgaria.
I stopped keeping count of that.
Yeah. I mean, at first he was playing for Azerbaijan, his home country, and then he switched to Germany for so many years, and until recently he switched to Bulgaria.
Wasn't his home country Germany?
No,
No?
it's
It's Azerbaijan?
it's Azerbaijan.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the other way around.
I mean, just by judging the name,
Yeah,
it's
by the name. Yeah.
yeah. So it's totally not German name.
And also because I remember him playing in the Dortmund very
Yeah.
early on. So I thought maybe because he was one of the home country entries.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's why I mean, when I like grew up in chess, he was already playing for Germany, and that's why for so many years, people thought that he was German, but it's not his home country.
That's interesting.
And yeah, we have the first few moves already.
Yeah, we have the first few moves already, but I didn't look at the number of games in which there's one e4. Fischer would be very happy if he saw the first 10 games today, yeah?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think he would love to raise from the dead and then, take a part in his tournament himself.
Yeah, so we have one e4 in the first board as we see right now.
By the way, speaking of the dead, I'm so sorry, but there was okay. I was in Singapore before this, yeah, and then I spent lots of time with Jovanka Hauska. She's the official commentator for the World Championship match in Singapore between Gukash and Ding Liren, and we encountered some very interesting topic about chess and the dead.
Okay.
So there was apparently one chess exhibition
Mm-hmm.
when you use a medium to summon the dead to play chess with you.
What? You can do that?
I don't know, but there was what happened in the past, and it was the spirit of Maroxy who came, and then they played chess,
Okay.
and then it was. Do you know who played that?
Against Maroxy?
Yes, who summoned Maroxy from the dead?
Gary?
Korchnoi.
Ha.
It was such a tough battle, but the game somehow, I think it was ended with a draw, or maybe if Korchnoi won it by with a very, very slight margin. But it was very interesting that you can use a medium, summon them from the dead, and then play against who you summon. So I was thinking
Crazy.
about Fischer, we can do something like that about Fischer, but of course it's his other question. And probably it was just a story. It never, maybe it didn't happen, but it was interesting. But
Crazy.
anyway, let's switch to chess, and then now yeah, we see Rulapes on the board between Naidic versus Yushipenko. Now, before I move it back to you, this Rulapes has been quiet, like a main opening in the past. Now the Jacobian or the Italian kind of like replacing it. Why do you think that's happening? Because I mean, Rulapes is still pretty much one of the main lines too these days. But why do you think that people change their interest from Rulapes to Italian?
Fundamentally because of Berlin.
Berlin?
I think Berlin has been such a game changer in how black equalizes, especially at the top level. Berlin became popular during the Kaspro Kramnik World Championship match, in 2000. And I think until that point, when people played 3 bishop b5, I think everyone was replying a6 by default. But over the years, like when I checked maybe about 10 years ago or like 6 years ago, and I looked at the top level games, 3 knight f6 had actually become almost equal in number to 3 a6. This is with the rating filter of people about 2600 in games between both the players about 2600. Knight f6 had replaced it so much, and if you see the World Championship games from that point onwards, like from 2013, Carlsen, Anand, then the 2 times, then Carlsen, Karyakin, there was such a huge influence of Berlin in all of these World Championship matches. And at some point, the top players started also looking at, apart from looking at new ways to combat the Berlin and find ideas against it, the top players also started to try and find places where they could deviate earlier. And people started finding so many different ways to play the Italian itself. And I think that's one of the ways that Italian became, almost as popular as three bishop b5 on the third move. And secondly, one of the advantages in Italian is that now we live in a age where everyone uses stockfish so extensively. Opening preparations become so concretized.
Yes.
But in Italian, there are so many different subtleties based on the different move orders that it also gives you an advantage if you understand it better over people with concretized opening preparation. It gives you subtleties where it gives you a platform or opportunity where you can show that you understand things deeper than your opponent.
Right, yes. And also, I mean, I also noticed that by starting this move, bishop b5, sometimes you can also switch it back to the Italian setup, yeah, with c3, bishop a4, bishop c2, and somehow you have like kind of a delayed version of Italian. But here we didn't have it because apparently Shevchenko played a6, and after the bishop a4, that's going to be my next question. Bishop e7 is it's quite unusual to come with this move on the next one. Usually people go with knight f6, it's almost by default. Yeah. But what is the subtlety about bishop e7?
I don't know, honestly. I think Shevchenko probably realized that there's not a lot of difference or drawbacks of starting with bishop e7. So maybe he just went for it because after short castle, knight f6, we kind of have the same position in any case. And after knight f6, not a lot changes either. Apart from short castle, d3 is the other main move. So I don't see any significant, upsides on starting with bishop e7 over knight f6, apart from the fact that honestly, it didn't even make Arkady think for much time. He played short castle almost immediately. So I think maybe he was just fiddling around a bit with the move orders.
Yeah, I was just trying to find a variation where Shevchenko is trying to avoid by this order of move, but also I couldn't find anything because let's say avoiding d4 variation after bishop e7, can we see d4? Yeah, maybe it's not really a good one right now because then after takes, usually you can just castle, but since the knight is not on f6, it's not the target of attack here. Maybe you can even play like b5 followed by d6. And then I think you might be saving the pawn, or I mean, it's a great position, and the bishop can actually go to f6 and then followed by knight e7. So probably, it should be like something that's very similar, but I was just trying to find the variation that he was trying to avoid.
Yeah, but we are not successful, yeah, because also this variation with 5d4, it's not something that it's not something to avoid either.
Yeah. It's not a very good line for white in order to get a win because in the end, black almost has no problem at all.
Right. But this was the question when I saw the game going towards this direction. So we were talking about the Berlin. Black did not play Berlin. He played 3a6 instead. But if not Berlin, then what?
Oh, you asked the wrong person because, to be honest, I hate Berlin.
Yes. So if not Berlin, then what other opening do you think could arise after this?
No idea.
It's a Marshall. So if
Marshall.
not Berlin.
After rook e1, yeah?
Yeah, after rook e1, especially against Roy Lopez, if not Berlin, it's usually the Marshall, which is, I think, almost as solid as the Berlin. And that's what Black went towards, especially by starting with short castle here, instead of starting with d6, which is the classical main line.
But sometimes also, when you are threatening to play Marshall, you actually don't play Marshall. You just somehow provoke your opponent to play anti-Marshall by playing a4. But whereas you can actually just castle, and in the end you actually play d6. That was your intention, but you're trying to scare your opponent off with the Marshall.
Yeah. I've also done this quite a few times. Just play short castle. And if they play c3, then I would just go d6. And if not, then I would play something else. So just scare tactic, but Eshipenko today, he was clearly not, he's not bluffing because when white played c3, going into the Marshall gambit, black did reply with d5, giving up the e5 pawn and going into the mainline Marshall. And here, c6 is the age-old main move,
Yeah.
but Eshipenko instead goes for bishop b7, which is also entirely playable. It's become more popular in not more popular, but not more popular than c6 basically, but more popular than bishop b7 was before.
Right.
More accepted as one of the alternatives.
But okay, this choice of the opening, I think I like it for Shipenko, because you're playing against an experienced veteran player. Actually, I mean, Naidic is not that young anymore compared to Shipenko, and then you are testing your opponent in this line in this. Martial Gambit because it's been played for so many years, and the theory is sometimes always evolve. Although the outcome of the position is mostly it's just a draw.
Yeah.
If you can play it out until the end, of course. So I think it is a perfect opening choice by Shipenko because now we can also see that after Bishop b7, the unorthodox approach on this position compared to c6, now Naidic Arkadic is starting to think.
Yeah, absolutely. He's starting to think, and although he probably is aware of the move bishop b7, he's probably trying to recollect at this point
Yeah.
on exactly how this goes. But it's definitely not one of the mainstream lines. Although Magnus Carlsen did play this just a year ago.
In which tournament?
I don't know exactly at which tournament, but I see he's played against David Howard, and White responds with d4. So he didn't take such a long think. Black also almost immediately responding with bishop to f6. So they're still playing the theory so far. Rook e1 is the most played move after bishop f6 here, and after rook e1, black goes rook to e8, and in general, the compensation that black gets for the pawn in the Marshall gambit is in terms of piece activity. And here also we see that it works in the same way. White's pieces on the queen side are completely undeveloped, whereas black's pieces are all out there playing.
Yeah, and also that's another crossroad there in Marshall, whether you push the pawn from d2 to d3 or to d4, because they also give different nuances. And sometimes, sometimes I also going to be chickened out. I just play d3 instead of d4 for obvious reason. Like I want something, I want some of my piece on e4, and then it's going to be very well protected in the future.
Ah, you mean
No, not here, but after this, yes, after bishop.
after here, yeah?
After bishop b7, yes.
Yeah, but that's in the lines with c6.
That's the line with c6, yeah. You can choose d3, you can choose d4. But yeah, good thing that Nedic is playing d4, so I'd like to see how this game will unfold.
Absolutely. D4 and bishop f6, rook e1, rook e8, all of these moves on the board. And now white has a few different options, yeah. So now is the path, now is the time when he has to decide between either developing the knight to a3 or d2, or just start with bishop to d2. These are the main alternates for white in this position.
Right. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one, because it's going to be very interesting. Marshall is always interesting, even though usually the result is just a draw, but the process to make the draw itself, it's going to be quite challenging for both sides. And I think we can move on to the next board. It is also another leader board here. Sargishan Chan is playing against Idani Puya. And what opening do we have there?
So it started with the calm English opening. Shant is a very strategic player, and he usually plays this d4 or c4 related setups. So he started with one c4. Black played e6, which usually indicates an attempt to challenge white's control of the center. White continued with knight to c3, And here black went bishop to b4. Now this is already not the most popular move in this position. Knight f6 is it's what I would expect in general from black in these positions, but bishop b4 is also of course not entirely unheard of. And white responded with queen b3, Nimzo Indian style, defending the c3 point. So if bishop took on c3, then white is able to take with a piece and not get a double pawn. And here black again went with bishop to a5, not something like c5 or a5 or knight c6, but the bishop went to a5, and this is already not at all easy to understand or explain from the point of view of opening principles. White continued with development, knight to f3, logical. Black also played knight f6, and now white goes g3. Black played short castle, bishop to g2. And at this point in the Lichess Masters database, already from g3 onwards, there's only one game which went d5 here. With short castle, we were in a completely new territory in the Masters database. And there have been a few online games though after bishop to g2. So the position is not completely unknown. But to me, from a strategic point of view, it mostly resembles the Nimzo Indian setups, which starts after d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4, and here imagine white went with the queen to b3, and black just took the bishop to a5 to play in an unusual way, and then white went with normal development on the king side with knight f3 and g3. Now the position that we have on the board is close to this Nimzo Indian setup in terms of structure, with the exception that white has not committed d4 yet. But apart from that, it's there are a lot of similarities, and in terms of the general strategies, I think there will be a lot of things borrowed from the Nimzo Indian. But having said that, in the Nimzo, I don't remember a lot of instances where the bishop goes to a5, and except in the e3 Nimzo. But here, with the bishop going to a5, generally the bishop comes back into the game with a c6, bishop c7. So this is the position that we have here after bishop g2. And this game is going to be a bit slow through the opening because it's a new territory. There's not a lot of games, or there's not a lot of I think even the players are on their own, so it's going to be a bit slow going in the next few moves here. So this is how the second board stands. And moving on to the third board, Irene, we have another very interesting position on the third board between Arjun Erigaisi and Pranesh. Now this game started with 1 e4, and now after e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, we were extensively talking about the Berlin opening after knight to f6 here. But on the other hand, we have these young players coming with trailblazing new paths, and black chose one such path here. He went a6, bishop a4, and we saw bishop e7 from Eshipenko, which didn't really change a lot in terms of how the continuation went. And knight f6 is the other main move. But black didn't play any of these two moves in this position, but instead went for b5 directly. Now, all through my life, I've been taught that don't do such things. Such moves are bad in the opening. But I mean, b5 here, these kind of setups, they are popular only in the last 2-3 years in classical chess. And Arjun himself uses a lot of these setups extensively. Now, when my students play Roy Lopez, I tell them that if they want to play Roy Lopez, you need to be familiar with all these side setups. There are like some 5-6 setups for black. There is this setup with bishop to c5, black can play knight e7, black can play g6, black can do all these things with a6, without a6, knight e7 here, g6 here. Recently people started playing bishop c5 directly. And
Yep.
all these moves were considered to be bad and dubious when I started playing chess. And even until 10 years ago, they were considered bad and dubious. But now after a6, bishop a4, apart from knight f6, black can play bishop c5, black can play knight e7, there is d6, the Steinitz variation, which has been around for a long time and now continues to stay in prominence. And of course, the setups with g6, there are just so many different options for black to try and create complexities. And apart from all these things, there is also this move with f5, which looks a bit crazy at this point. People have seen f5 on the third move a lot. The Yanish gambit or the Schliemann defense, however you would like to call it. But after a6, bishop a4, now f5,
It's
this was
becoming
complete.
trendy too,
Exactly.
right? I mean, the candidates, Fidit, was it Fidit who played it?
Yes.
It was Fidit, right? Yeah. And then he successfully defeated Pragnananda, I mean? No.
No, the other way around.
The other way around, the other way around. Oh yeah,
I can't
Pragnananda
imagine
played it.
Vidit
Yes.
playing this in a classical game. I just can't imagine.
Yeah, totally not his style. But I mean, these players, they are capable of playing many approaches in the opening. But yes, you're right. Now, not only Italian but Ru Lopez, they try to explore many possibilities and maybe some of the variations, just like what you showed. They are objectively not as good, but they can be quite a secret weapon to catch your opponent by surprise, and that is actually also another element in chess that that's very much needed. So sometimes objective evaluation, you can put it aside, but if as long as you know that what you're going to prepare against your opponent is going to surprise them, then this is actually the punching line of the variation. Yeah, I was not trying to make a pun, but that was but okay. I'll take it. But yeah, this preparation by Pranesh, I think I like it because knight f5, yeah, when I started playing chess and then when I started learning about this Ru Lopez, yeah, you shouldn't do b5 too early, and especially pair it up with knight f5, which happened on this game. Of course, such a move doesn't come without preparation. So
But Irene, I would totally understand it if Arjun was black and he was doing this against an opponent who was lower rated than him. I would understand because he's trying to create messy complexities. He's trying to, beat his opponent. But Pranesh doing this against Arjun, who himself, does these things. This, actually, the exact words I'm looking for is a bit like taking the bull by its horns. Arjun is like a bull. He comes charging through with aggression. He knows these setups with the black pieces. And Pranesh playing this against Arjun, it's actually a very brave decision. It's a very brave decision,
it is.
courageous, but I'm not sure if it's wise.
Well, whether it is wise or not, his next few moves will determine that thing. Yeah, so I just want to see how is it going after knight f5 here and then castle.
Yeah, let's go. So knight a5 castle. Black played d6, supporting the e5 pawn. Now, maybe we should have a look at why white played castle and not
Not
knight
taking
into
it,
e5,
yes.
which is the natural continuation. And also my first reaction when I saw this position, why shouldn't white take knight into e5? The f7 pawn is attacked, so first black needs to take the b3 bishop,
Right.
and after the recapture, here black can do two things. Queen e7 is the normal way. Usually you regain the e4 pawn in these situations in Ru Lopez, and whether white supports it or not, black will get the e4 pawn sooner or later. And apart from this, queen g5 is also another option, attacking both the e5 knight and the g2 pawn simultaneously. So black regains the pawn one way or another, which is why white does not take this e5 pawn here, but starts with short castle. Then black played the pawn to d6. Now there was a threat of knight into e5. Both the e4 pawn and the g2 pawn were better protected. So black played d6. White went d4. E takes d4. And now Arjun, instead of recapturing on d4, instead goes rook to e1. And this has more of a strategic reason, that when your opponent has not developed early in the opening, one of the ways to try and take advantage of it is to open the center. When you open the center, your pieces reach faster towards the opponent's king. So rook to e1, black played knight e7 trying to develop. And now white just went ahead with e5. This was the first move in which Arjun spent some time in the whole game. He spent around 9 minutes, and this was the first new move. And when he played e5, Stockfish immediately just disapproved it. The bar went down, and it was showing +1 until this point, but as soon as e5, it goes to -0.4.
Right. So instead of e5, what would be the best move for white in this position? I was thinking, because there's also some typical idea in this type of position in rule of best, when you already exchange the pawn on d4, but you don't take it because of this c5 c4 idea, which can come anytime. So maybe we can actually show it on the board so that the bishop is trapped. I think with the knight or with the queen, it doesn't matter, that because after knight takes d4, c5, the knight on d4 has to move, and then c4 will come, and then the bishop will fall. So that's why I guess in many other lines, you just play c3, and then you are gambiting your pawn, of course, but in exchange of a quick development for your knight, and then maybe next move you want to play knight d5, or maybe you want to play e5. So that's one pawn is for the activity compensation.
Absolutely right, and this could have also been a potential factor which discouraged Arjun from playing either queen takes d4 or knight takes d4 on this move, and made him choose towards e5. But after e5, black started with knight into b3. Now he has the pair of bishops and the light square bishop. A takes b3, d into e5, knight into e5. And this is the present position that we have right now. Black still has to solve some very important development problems on the king side. But on the other hand, white has lost the important light square bishop, and white's queen side is also undeveloped. So it's game on. It's a very complex position, but I guess Pranesh will not mind the position that he's gotten out of the opening. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you say this position for the first time, I would be scared for black. But of course, again, knowing that the light square bishop has been eliminated, it's you can feel a bit of relief here, because if the light square bishop is still there, it doesn't matter where you put it, it's gonna be very scary for black. And now after knight e5, white has a few threats, right? Srinath? Queen f3 is there for one, and probably at some point you might play knight c6. I mean, this is just all the ideas that you just want to try to compile everything. I think, of course, the idea is that you already sacrifice a pawn. All you want to do is to get as much initiative as you can.
Absolutely, absolutely. It is scary for sure, and Pranesh will not know the evaluation during the game, which we have the benefit of knowing. So that makes it even scarier.
Right, so I think we can leave this one for a bit, because it is a quite a complex position. I think he would be trying his best to castle as soon as he can, but first he has to solve all this problem first. Like queen f3 is there. So
and I think that's exactly what he did with his last move.
Bishop b7 is on the board. Yeah, and then what do you do with the bishop on f8 then?
So maybe for now you can actually even try and long castle, with queen d5, long castle, and then after f6, slowly try and bring your bishop out into the game. This is one potential way of continuing. Meanwhile, let's see if white plays something like knight to d2, which is a normal developing move. Black's intention is to play queen to d5 next, threatening checkmate. Now, as a human, you might play something like knight to f3 to defend the g2 point and also bring one more of your piece. And here black goes long castle. And black is saying that I'm a pawn up, I'm going to play f6 on the next move. I'm well developed. Okay, you have the open a file, but what are you going to ever do with it? And black actually can get a very dominant position this way. So this is exactly how black can, solve his opening problems.
Yeah, I was not thinking about long castle, but after you showed it on the board, yeah, I'm so convinced that this is a very good plan for black. Like totally, it's solving all the problems, and in fact, it's also posing some threats. So it's in Indonesia, we have this expression in English. I don't really like this expression that with one stone you kill two birds. It's so negative, but that's the English idioms.
We use mangoes instead of birds for this one.
Mangoes and
Yeah, like one stone, two mangoes.
one stone to mangoes. In Indonesian, in Bahasa Indonesia, we have similar idiom, but we use one row, we pass two or three islands. So it's as if we are sailing with a boat, and then within one row like this, it's not only one island, but we also pass two islands at the same time. So yeah, so this is actually the whole idea. When you play bishop b7, you're stopping your opponent's ideas or intention, but also you're preparing for your own ideas, putting your king into safety, and also actually the next few moves, you're threatening for a checkmate on g2. So it's very compact. I like this one.
Yeah, I like this one as well, and it will be interesting to see how Arjun is able to set problems against Pranesh from this position. But out of the opening, whilst I questioned the wisdom of Pranesh's decision in going for this line, it seems to be justifying itself as of this moment.
Right, so now let's put ourselves into Arjun's shoe, and then what do we do then? Because Queen d5 is coming, castle is coming afterwards, but I think we have to develop our pieces. So knight d2 is a natural move, but as you showed it earlier, after queen d5 and castle, black can be very happy then. Are we going to think about a move like c4? Is it even a move?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's definitely valid. Trying to take the d5 square under control. But what if I try and trade the queens with d takes c3? Then what's your intention?
That's what I don't like. Yeah, in this type of position, you don't want to trade queens.
Absolutely,
For white,
because you're
for
the
white.
one with the
Yeah,
initiative.
exactly. It will be a dream for black to trade queens, because then the complexity of the position has been diminished, and then you can just enjoy your free pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the problem. Now, a move like queen g4 might be possible to try and potentially play against a long castle. Now, in this instance, if you play queen d5 now, now maybe you can do c4 with the intention of taking on c3 with the knight. So when we see this move c4 earlier and see the drawback of it, which is the queen being traded, then you can think of something like queen g4, which exactly addresses this problem of the queens being traded, and also creates obstacles for the black king to for a safe passage towards queen side.
But after queen g4, this can turn into a very sharp position. Like maybe black has to also come with an approach that is, very immediate. So something like h5 maybe?
Yeah, h5 makes sense. And maybe I stay in the diagonal to again keep setting problems against the king.
That's right. Okay, what do I do here? Yeah, if I play queen d5, you still have c4.
Which itself might not be such a terrible thing, by the way. Yeah? Like, for instance, one idea can be queen d5, c4, and then you can offer trade with queen e6.
Queen e6, yes.
Yes. So it's not such a terrible thing for black to allow c4. And as we see in all these variations, the position continues to remain complex. But long term, with the pair of bishops and the light square bishop, some of these endgames can be a bit easier to play as black than as white.
Yeah. As long as the queens are on the board, I think white can, keep coming up with some ideas and initiatives. So, okay, this is going to be a very interesting game, I would say. But let's move on to the next one. It's between the two youngsters, Ivan Zemlyanskii versus Nihal Sarin.
Another game which started with 1e4 here. And I guess Zemlyanskii is getting two whites in a row. He's got two whites in a row. Yesterday he played against SL Narayanan with the white pieces and he started with e4. He does the same against Nihal, who comes from the same state as SL, with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop to c4. And Nihal went bishop c5. Now c3 played by white, knight f6, d3. And here yesterday we were talking about the different potential moves that black can play here and some of the pros and cons. And Nihal saw his opponent's games clearly here because yesterday it went with d6 and white immediately went with bishop to g5. So Nihal, he began with h6 here right away. As soon as white played the pawn to d3, opening up the bishop, he immediately went h6, not allowing this setup with bishop to g5. White continued with b4 and Nihal showed one of the other advantages of not committing d6 early, which is going back with the bishop with bishop e7. The other place for the bishop is b6, but with d6 not committed, he just goes bishop to e7. Queen b3 attacking the pawn on f7. Black goes short castle. Now white gains space on the queen side with a4. d6 is a understandable move supporting the e5 pawn. And on the next move, this knight just goes back to b8 in order to challenge the center more with c6 and d5. White is first though. He goes d4. E takes d4, c takes d4. White has a good center now. Black tries to challenge it with c6. White goes forward with e5. And now black responds with knight d5. And at this point, the first move that Zemlyanskii spent time was at this point after c6. Till that point, he was making all these moves really quickly. Although we went past the first, we went past the territory of games at this point already after black played c6. The only previous game here was a game between Ali Reza against Hikaru, which went a5 here. With c6, we are in completely new territory, and white played e5. After a 13-minute thought, black went knight d5 fairly quickly, almost as if he anticipated e5. And white hasn't moved for the last 13 minutes. So Nihal has... we see a move just now. It hasn't yet updated on the screens, but apparently white has made some move.
Yeah, that's right, because now Nihal is thinking. All right, so knight d5. This is such a tricky, well, I wouldn't say a trap, but it's a very tricky idea from Nihal, because it's looking like you are sacrificing a pawn, but since the king is still in the center, and then this bishop on c4 values more than the knight for the time being, so you wouldn't like to trade this off for sure.
Yeah, and also you're not exactly winning the pawn also, because after takes, black can just take on e5
Take on e5 and b4 is hanging. Yeah. Yes, I mean, even without taking on e5, I think I would also be happy to play this position. Okay, let's say somehow the rook was on b1 and then b4 was not possible to be captured. I still be happy to play this position with. Let's say let's put it this way. This position is fine. It's one pawn, but with the potential initiative of this light square bishop on c8, the compensation is just a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, completely agree with you, and Stockfish also agrees with you. So. There's no question at all.
Right. So I think Ivan played castle. Is there anything else that White can do in this position? Yeah, I don't have to move yet, but I think it should be castle.
Yeah. Until that point, I guess we can. But without getting into the moves, one thing I think we can understand maybe from this game is that Nihal has prepared a bit deeper in this game as compared to Zemlyanskii. White was playing instantly until this point after c6, but after e5 he started spending time, and after knight d5, Nihal's first thought is after White's 13th move here. So till this point he was clearly well prepared. And I guess again Nihal will be happy with the kind of position that he has gotten out of the opening. Once again, it's not just that he is prepared deeply, but it's also that it's a fighting position. The game is not getting killed, and it gives him some avenue to outplay his very strong but slightly lower rated opponent.
Right. Yes. Well, it's a bit unusual for two youngsters playing some positional chess, but I guess my feeling that it's going to change
Do you
in
think
sometime in the future.
Nihal, he's been around for so many years, but he's still incredibly young. Yeah, it's
How old is Nihal actually? 20?
so he was born in 2004,
Okay, so
July.
exactly 20 then.
Yeah, exactly 20.
Yeah. And yeah, I think because he looks like always the smallest among his peers, like because sometimes you cannot help it but comparing a lot of Indian prodigies. We have Gukesh, Pragnananda, Arjun, and Nihal himself, right?
Right.
So I think everyone is unique, and everyone has their own style. But yeah, Nihal is always looking like the smallest.
Yeah, I mean, I used to have this trick whenever we had some pictures to be taken, I would always try to find Nihal and stand behind him so I'm visible in the picture.
Wow, very smart of you. Okay, I was looking at the lower board. There are a few of interesting positions actually. So many Sicilians happening today. So I'm pretty happy to see Sicilians appearing on the board because then it ensures us that there's going to be quite a battle. Okay, I don't know which one to choose. Like most of the games are very interesting, but probably let's go to Fokidov Shamshidin versus Gun Erdane Sugar. It's on board 13.
Interesting. Once again, we saw Wakido earlier in just on the second round getting a fantastic position out of the opening, and he seems like he's done it again in round 4 with the white pieces. So, do you want to come from the beginning?
Yes, yeah, just want to check how this happened because I see this pawn G4, G5, so
Yeah, I know this variation. So it started with E4, C5, knight F3, E6, D4, C6, D4, knight D4, knight C6, knight C3, queen C7. You play this with black yourself, right? Yeah, and now he went bishop E3, the English attack, which is also what he played against Naidov a couple of days earlier. A6 and here also G4. Now black went B5, and a common reaction for white in such setups when black plays B5 is to take on C6 almost immediately. So he took this, queen takes C6 with the threat of B4 attacking the E4 pawn. But white completely disregards this and goes queen D2, preferring fast development over material.
oh, ooh. Okay, so what's going to happen after B4 then?
So after B4, he just moved the knight away. He didn't do anything special, just moved the knight calmly.
And if I just pretend that I don't know anything about this position and take the pawn on A4?
That's exactly what black also asked. Again, the rook is attacked. White simply went rook G1. Again, just moving it away. Nothing immediate, nothing special, but white is like, okay, I'm going to threaten bishop G2 firstly. Next, I'm going to castle long and claim that I'm fully developed, while what are you doing with your pieces and making so many moves with your queen so early in the opening?
So I have to move either my rook or my queen away because otherwise bishop G2 comes with a huge threat. So where do I do? Where does the queen go? Queen's
The exact question that black also had in his mind. He answered it with queen to c4, temporarily moving the queen from this diagonal. And I believe that this is also the main move, theoretically. White continued with knight to g3, a discovered attack on the queen. And the queen went back all the way to c7. Now, if you see, it's just been 12 moves in the game, but 5 of those moves have been with the queen for black.
How many moves?
5.
5. So queen d8 to c7 first, and then c6, and then e4, and c4, and c7 again.
Yeah. All this for one pawn, and the queen goes back to c7. Now, this is of course not impossible to play like this. It's certainly possible, and it's all part of theory. But white does get some serious initiative. So he continued with long castle, completing his development. Black went knight to f6, attacking the g4 pawn, but more towards developing the piece and bringing it to nice squares. White went bishop to f4, attacking the queen. The queen moved to a5, attacking the pawn on a2. But by this time, black is already, I think, he spent quite a bit of time already. He spent 10 minutes. And white was clearly prepared. So he went bishop to g2, attacking the a8 rook. Black defended with d5, then g5 attacking the knight. Black again moved knight d7. And here comes this move from white. Maybe you want to, try and guess this move.
White to move, yeah?
Because you will like it when you see it.
Oh. Okay, white to move. Is it some sacrifice?
Yes. It is a sacrifice.
Okay. Oh, I like moving my knight away. I like moving my knight away, maybe to sacrifice ideas to f5 or to e4.
Yeah, bang on.
But which one?
Okay, which one?
That's the next question. Okay, knight e4 doesn't have any other idea. I think it has to be knight f5 because then I can somehow occupy d6. And then
Absolutely.
I'm hoping that you take my knight. Please take it.
Absolutely, spot on. Wokido also did this exact same thing. The knight went to f5. And if black does indeed take on f5 and ask you, what are you going to do? Then how would you continue?
Rook. Bring the other rook. You know me. Bring everyone to the party. Rook e1 and
Rook
then
e1 and
if you-
black's king is in some serious danger, yeah?
so if king d8, just still trying to
Be stubborn that you're not going to lose any piece, then I think queen e3 should be one of the moves that's seriously winning.
and if I play bishop c5,
Okay. I missed bishop c5. So maybe I'll just take bishop into d5. Keep things simple. Attack your rook and open up the
yeah,
d5.
yeah, I think that's it. That's pretty much it. Yeah, you don't have to get everything in return as soon as possible because you can just torture your opponent. This is actually sometimes during my chess games, like I know I was losing, but then my opponent didn't take the most straightforward approach in the game, and then it seems like everything was done on purpose, but of course it's not. And then I was like, okay, at some point I know that I shouldn't resign because I have to give my opponent the opportunity to prove that his sacrifice was right? Those are the most torturous moment in my chess game. So and on the other hand, I also like to do it to my opponent if I was winning. So I would get like a most torturous path to win the game, not the most straightforward one. Maybe by doing another move, it's gonna be like +10, but then doing the longest way, like for example bishop d5 like this, it might be only like +6 or something like that. But if it's still like much winning, then I'll take it.
Wow. We see. Okay, I'm not going to comment on that for now. But I wouldn't want to be in that situation against you. At least I know that much. I'll try not to get into a losing position if we play. Meanwhile, black also didn't take e into f5 for the same reason that he's not going to get tortured, but just developed with bishop b7. But this allowed white to execute his idea with knight d6 check, attacking both the b7 bishop and the king simultaneously. Bishop takes d6, bishop takes d6, and now although white is a pawn down, he has all these dark squares, and the black king cannot cannot find a safe spot in anywhere on the board. So he continues with rook c8. For now, he's trying to pin his hopes on a counterattack against white's king. And this game will continue to be interesting. Although white has a great position out of the opening, white still needs to be quite precise through the rest of the game in order to get the point home.
Yeah. No, this is, whenever there's a Sicilian happening on the board, like when I'm commentating, yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting for sure. But what is also interesting is a gambit opening. If it's happening on the games that I'm commentating, I would be so happy because it's going to be very exciting. And who is going to play? No, who he's playing a gambit today is the first board, Ishipenko. Now I can see from my screen the position is going crazy. What is going on? So we left it on I think on d4, was it? The last move was
But
d4?
do you really think he played knight c4? It shouldn't be the case, no? Something seems off. Something seems off here, yeah?
Maybe it was c4, not
The pawn went to b4.
yeah,
Yeah,
not
now I understand. Yeah, the
yeah.
pawn went
No,
to
the pawn
b4,
went to b4.
not the knight. So that's now I understand exactly. So we were last at this point after rook e8, and here we were explaining that the knight can either go here, or white can play bishop to d2. White did that. He started with rook into e8, but after queen into e8, knight he chose to develop the knight with knight a3, which follows in the footstep of an earlier game between David Howell against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus also played b4 here, attacking the knight. And here David took c takes b4, whereas Arkady came up with a new move, knight to c4, and this is the present position that we have on the board right now.
Okay, so let's pretend that I don't know anything about this position. What if I just take on c3? I gambited my pawn. I wanna get it back.
Very, very logical question, and I think Esipenko might probably be wondering along the same lines because that's exactly why you played with the pawn to b4, right? You want to take on c3, and I don't have a clear answer to that, but maybe we should look at knight a5 just to understand how black responds against this. So knight a5, what do you do?
Oh, okay. This is tough. This is tough. I can make okay, first of all, my backup plan would be to play c2, and if bishop takes c2, then I can move my bishop on b7 away to c8. I don't like the resulting position, but at least if I want to save my pieces, not losing anything, this is going to be one of the things that come to mind. But let me think of other possibilities if there's any.
Maybe you can also think of other ways to exploit the back rank weakness like you did with c2.
Yeah, totally. So what do I do? Should I actually sacrifice my bishop on b7? Okay,
Maybe try the other bishop.
yeah, like bishop. Hang on.
I mean, it's not really a sacrifice, I guess, but it looks like one at first sight. This is the move that is attracting me.
One thing is, okay, I have to calculate it a bit thorough, but something like c takes b2, bishop takes b2, knight e3.
Wow.
Yeah, I know the evolver doesn't like it,
Wow.
but it's a bit too much, I know. Or since the bishop is already away, instead of knight e3, I'll just play knight f4. So whenever you take on b7, there's queen
Yeah.
e4. No,
This
that's also
would
not
work,
quite.
but unfortunately there's queen f3
There's queen
in
f3,
between.
yeah.
Yeah.
Queen f3 saves the day. Okay, wow, this position is very interesting. Let me think again.
Okay, so you tried sacrificing this bishop, you tried sacrificing this knight, but what about the other minor piece?
Oh, my other bishop?
Mm-hmm.
Where do I sacrifice it to? Oh, to d4. That's right.
Yeah,
Bishop takes
exactly.
d4. You cannot take it because queen e1 checkmate. And then if you take the other bishop on b7, you can think about taking b2 with a fork.
Exactly. This is what came to my mind at first, and now that we have these moves, Irene, I see that there's a game between Kurt Hansen, Grandmaster Kurt Hansen, against Grandmaster Johnny Hector all the way back in 1997, which continued bishop into b2, and now White took bishop into d5, Black took bishop into a1, queen into a1, and white got these two minor pieces against black's rook. It goes into a very interesting middle game. Now, white ended up winning this game, but I'm not quite sure if this is exactly Arkadi's intention when he went for knight c4, or if he has something else in mind. But after b takes c3, backing up a bit to show where we came from in this variation. After b takes c3, now I don't really see any other way for white to be able to create problems to black here. But it does seem like Arkady is intending to create problems because he has played quite fast. He has 1 hour 23 minutes as opposed to Shipenko, who has spent at least 20 minutes more than his opponent. So surely he has prepared something, he has cooked up something.
Well, probably. I mean, it's very hard to actually have a specific preparation against any of the players in the Masters group actually, because their repertoire is so wide. They might actually just encounter this position, especially Naidic, encounter this position by chance, and then he might actually has this somewhere in his brain. So I don't think it is worth of preparation. I think he was just also playing with intuition, and then just by process of elimination, playing the most logical moves, and
But it seems a bit too fast, no, to play over the board because if he has to if he goes knight c4 over the board, firstly I think c takes b4 is more natural here to save your pawn. But secondly, he needs to calculate this entire line which we showed, and also be able to be confident in its evaluation that he has chances. Both these things are important, I think.
yeah, 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 I understand.
And aside from that, I don't remember precisely now, but I think Eshipenko's main opening is the Marshall,
So
if I
that was
remember.
expected then.
Yeah, I think so. And although the players have incredibly vast repertoires with capability to play many different things, they also, in many cases, have their main weapons, especially against players of similar rating, which they resort to. And usually for a lot of people, it's 1e4 e5. And then it's one of the main lines is either Berlin or Marshall against the real opus.
Maybe I should start focusing myself on those two Rui Lopez openings,
You
Berlin
should
and
play
Marshall.
Italian then.
I play Italian. I play Italian and I play Rui Lopez just depending on my mood. So yeah. Uh, let's see the position of the b takes c3. I just wanna try to figure this out. What is the best way? So was knight a5 the best move then?
I don't know if it's the best move, but from a human point of view, I don't see any other way to set serious problem for black here.
What about knight e5?
I mean, you can play knight e5, but how do you justify giving up this pawn?
Yeah. Now it's actually white who is less a pawn, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
white plays the Marshall gambit.
yeah, I don't like it so much. Yeah, let's see if actually this is still within the preparation. And actually, you know what? We can ask Naidic later after the game. Because this game, it doesn't look like it's gonna be very long. Because after the few moves, it's going to be like, encounter, trade off here and there, and then somehow the position is simplified.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. It can get simplified, but I'm not totally sure about the result of this position after knight a5, bishop into d4, which might not again be the only move, but it's certainly the most tempting. And going into this position again, this variation takes everything.
And he goes
He's
for
playing
it.
for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, see, this is interesting. Bishop d4 is on the board right now. And then I think you mentioned it, if it's not of Naidit's preparation, he wouldn't play this fast, right? So let's see if he's going to make his next move significantly quicker as well, because he's been spending only like what, 8 minutes on the clock in this type of complex opening. So
Yeah. But again, even apart from the preparation, I think you're forced to take this bishop on b7, right? Like, what else do you do here? Once you faced bishop into d4, you have to take on b7, and I think this line is, yeah, sorry.
Sorry, so sorry, this position happens, right? So did Ishipenko take on c3 or was the pawn still? I think it should be
Yeah,
like
I mean,
this.
he had to
It
take
had
on
to be
c3,
like
yeah,
this. Yeah, it's,
because bishop into d4 here again wouldn't.
yeah, it wouldn't
Yeah.
be the case. Yeah, right. So, okay, so bc3.
Also, these moments make me a bit glad, that when the machine shows something, but based on human intelligence, we can actually deduce something more sensible. It makes me happy that we still understand some things that the technology doesn't.
Yeah.
So I think knight takes b7 is the only move. C takes b2 will also follow. Bishop into b2 will happen. Bishop into b2 will also happen. Here, white is forced to take bishop into d5, and black goes bishop into a1. Queen takes a1 is the only move, and I'm guessing we will reach this position. After which the game is actually pretty interesting. It goes on with all three results possible, I think.
Right. I think I think this was the position because I didn't see the knight on f5 there. That's why I had a bit doubt, and knight just took on b4 anyway.
Okay, this adds up now. So c takes b4, knight takes b4, and knight c4, and now black took bishop into d4, and the machine is laughing at my human intelligence.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But it was a great line though, Srinath. Had it happened on the board, it was a great line.
So with knight c4, again we are following the game between David against Magnus till this point. Magnus himself went knight to c6 at this point, and that game continued with d5, knight d4, knight to e3, and Magnus got a nice and equal position after takes, queen b5, keeping the pawn sacrifice but getting compensation due to the pair of bishops and piece activity. And the game ended in a draw. Now, instead of that, Shipenko has deviated with bishop takes d4, and Arkadi's move is also almost immediate. Yeah, did he play bishop e3?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, bishop e3, and we have this position at the moment, which is, to be honest, a bit less exciting than the variation that we had a bit earlier.
I was really hoping that the one that you showed was the real moves. Yes. Okay, so I think before we go on a break, I'd like to update ourselves on the game between Arjun versus Pranesh, because it looked like we kind of predicted the moves there.
Right. Yeah, queen g4, queen d5 on the board, and this is where we were last at this point. So now if white plays c4, then black has this move queen to e6, offering trade of the queen and inviting white to go into an endgame where his pair of bishops can be the difference in long term.
Yeah, Arjun is thinking hard right now because it's very hard with this pair of bishops, to play against, and you have to be careful too, because you don't want to walk into an inferior endgame, because this looks like you just have to keep the queen on the board in order to mud the water. You shouldn't simplify this at all. So I guess we can let Arjun think for a bit, and then we'll keep an eye too on the first board, because that looks like, a very straightforward approach from both Naidich and Ishipenko. The game might be simplified a lot there. And meanwhile, we are going to take our first break. So this is still a very early stage of round number 4. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We will be back after the short break.
Sunny. Thank you for the sunshine.
انا جعت. ايش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
دم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا ابو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز. أنا جعت. أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا أبو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز. أنا جعت.
Fourth round of the Welcome back everyone to the fourth round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. Still with me, Irene and Srinath. Srinath, we were talking a lot, especially for the top boards, for the first hour of the game, and there are also interesting games in the lower board apparently. So let's see which one that you would like to see first.
Let's start with the game from the seventh board, Irene, between Karthik and Murli against so far the tournament's giant killer, Mahdavi Reza.
Yep.
And it started with 1 e4 and black played c5. The Sicilian defense, knight f3, d6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, the open Sicilian, knight f6, knight c3, a6, the knight off. And here we saw the approach with English attack starting from bishop to e3 in a lot of games already in this tournament. But here white started with f3 instead with the same idea. But he chose to start with f3 because when you start with bishop e3, there is sometimes this variation with knight to g4. So to avoid that, he began with f3, and after e5, knight b3, bishop e6, black standard moves in the knight off. Here white continued with bishop to e3, going into the English attack. Black developed the knight, white played queen d2, intending long castle. Black played the pawn to b5, and now after long castle, black played the knight to b6. Bishop e7 is the main line here, but knight b6 is also not an entirely unseen move. It's one of the popular lines, and this in fact used to be quite popular in the early 2000s, back in the time when I was learning knight off myself, when I was going through the English attack opening myself as white. This variation was popular back all the way in those times, with many classic games by Vishy Anand. White continued with queen f2, which is the main move. Clearly, Karthikeyan was also familiar with some of these ideas in the games, because one of the ideas of playing queen f2 is to not just attack this b6 knight, but after rook b8, to go knight to c5, to use the spin on the d file, and that can only happen when the queen moves away from the d2 square. So queen f2, rook b8, knight to c5. Black responded with b4, and here white went knight b1 after a considerable thought. So white has spent quite a bit of time by this point, but I guess he will not mind because the position seems completely fine for white. And black, on the other hand, seems to be thinking in all different kinds of ways. First, I saw him lying down with eyes closed. Now he's sitting up with eyes closed. Now he's focused with rapt attention. In the last 5 minutes, he's shown at least 4 different types of thinking postures.
Right. I mean, this position is always offering something new. That's why sometimes, even if it's still in the opening stage, even if it's still within the theory line, sometimes you also have to come up with your own. Like, for example, this one, it looks very original, although of course when it comes about this Anecdotes with English attack, there are already like millions of games in that line, and I mean, you can actually just learn about it. But yeah, after this knight b1, the fact that the bishop, the knight on c5 can capture the bishop, are you afraid of that, or should black do something about it?
Ideally, if I could, I would as black, but I can't, so I shan't. Yeah, so black cannot really save this light square bishop, I think. To do it in a Fisher-esque way with bishop into a2, I think would be a bit too much. White would take knight takes a6 and then get the bishop to b5 and all these things. So black would ideally like to prefer the protect the bishop to not let it be captured with knight into e6. But I don't see an easy way for black to be able to do that. Another move which comes to my mind to be able to do that is to play the bishop to c4. But again, this doesn't solve the problem of white taking the pawn on a6. So right now, it's not just knight into e6, which is a threat, but also knight into a6, after which bishop b5 check comes in.
Right. Yeah. Now another thinking pose like this.
Yeah, I think this was very similar to the OG thinking pose at the beginning. And another typical characteristic when chess players are thinking on the board is when their legs are shaking, it's vibrating. Uh, oh, wait. I almost saw queen into h5 on Arjun's board for just 1 second, but it got corrected to queen h3, and I was like, what? He sacrificed his queen?
Yeah, it can't be. Okay.
Yeah.
So this game is surely interesting. I was looking at other games if I can pull up any tactics on the board, but apparently most of the games, I mean, they're still into their second hour of the game, so nothing much is going on. Pretty much, they finished the opening stage and then now they're on to the middle game, and then they're just trying to outplay their opponents in the middle game stage. But maybe we can circle back to, actually, Mahdavi
d5.
just played something. What was that?
d5.
D5.
It's the top move, objectively, the first choice move of Stockfish. It ignores his knight royally on c5, and if white takes knight into a6, black intends to again completely ignore the attack on b8 and instead go d4. With this, black has made significant progress in the center by advancing his central pawns. And this is actually a very deep idea, I would say. The idea with d5 and d4. Black realizes that he cannot solve any of these immediate threats or problems, the strategic threats. So instead, he creates assets and strong points of his own. And even Karthikeyan seems to be a bit surprised by this decision of his opponent, which seems incredibly risky.
Yeah, D5 is a very typical idea in Sicilian, right? In my beginning days of learning the Sicilian, I was taught that, hey, if you can play D5 without creating any concession in your position, it is a good thing to do. So my question is it the right time to play D5 for black in this position, or he just basically has no other option to play in this one?
Both are, I think, answers yes to both the things, because he did not have any other option in this position, any other acceptable option. He had to play this, but that also makes it the right time for him to play d5. And we have seen this from Mahdavi in the past games as well. He's shown resourcefulness in bad positions. First round against Nordebek, he had a terrible position out of the opening, and he showed resourcefulness. He managed to save that game and, in fact, even win it.
Yes,
And it
yes.
was similar against Daneshwar yesterday, Bardia, where he was worse with the white pieces in the French defense, but he managed to save that one as well. And here we have, for the third time in the broadcast, he has a bad position once again, but let's see if he's able to pull it out again.
Yeah, I mean, he's still very young. He can totally play all his games in similar manner, because Srinath, playing a chess tournament is not only what is on the board, but of course it's taking up so much of your energy, especially when we're entering the midway of the tournament and probably the end of the tournament. We will see more mistakes on the board happening. So I think it's also, quite an advantage if you're younger, and then if you're fitter, generally you'll just play better chess.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we can see that in the top 10 boards, yeah, the number of people under 20 who are in the top 10 boards, I think we have at least one in almost each board. There's Eshipenko on the first board,
Yep.
Shant in the second board, and we have Arjun and Pranesh on the third
Yeah,
board.
both under 20, and
Exactly.
then if
Like
one
Arjun is 21, but in my mind, it's
is
still
still
not
20.
updated.
Yeah, yeah. I think when you're working with them since they were young, it doesn't matter how old they're turning. For you, they're still always a baby, right?
Exactly, absolutely. And some of their opponents also, like, I've seen them in the under 16 Olympiad or in some age group event. And so I just remember them as kids, and it hasn't changed a lot in that way.
Talking about under 16 Olympiad, the first and the last under 16 Olympiad I played was 2007 in Singapore. Were you part of the team of India?
No, no. I played in 2010.
So I played there, and then there was one interesting memory actually, and it is very important for the Indian team because India won the under 16 Olympiad. In the last round, I was board number one for Indonesia. In the last round, Indonesia was paired against Hungary, and Hungary was another huge favorite.
Right.
And then I think it was like it was a team tournament of like 4 or 5 boards.
Yeah.
And then all my other boards were they lost to Hungary. I was the last one standing. And then Indian last board, I think it was Nitin. He was just completely winning, but then he lost. So it means it comes to my board as the tiebreaker because both Hungary and India they have the same victory point. They have to come with the board points or the match point. So if I lost the game or even if I drew the game, Hungary would become the champion. So I managed to win my game against a player 200 points above mine. And then right after I finished, all the Indian team was just congratulating me. Like, thank you, Irene. And I didn't actually know what was happening. I was just receiving all the congratulations. I was like, okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. But then in the end, I learned, thanks to that game, India became a champion.
Wow. That's lovely. Thank you, Irene.
A little too late, but okay, I accept it. So yeah,
Was this also the Olympiad where Wesley So was beating
exactly.
everyone else?
Yes,
Yeah, I remember
Wesley
this
still was
one.
there too.
Yeah.
Wesley was the first board of the Philippines team. Yeah.
And I think he was the highest rated player in the Olympiad.
Yeah, he was the only one with 2500.
Yeah, I remember. He was just beating everyone, and he was like at a crazy different strength
Yes,
to all
yeah,
the rest of the under 16 kids.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it was fun memory. It was in Singapore, 2007. Wow, so long ago.
I know,
Okay.
right?
Let's also switch to other games on the top 10 board, maybe that we haven't taken a look. For example, I know I didn't really mention this one because everything looks very calm. It's between Sankap Gupta versus Mati Roshan.
Yeah, and I kind of understood why you didn't go for this game quite early on because it started with 1 e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, and now the Berlin
Yep.
with knight f6.
Yep, sorry.
And Sankalp went for the anti-Berlin, d3, bishop c5, and here one of the most popular ways of playing as white is to just take bishop into c6, exchange rollover style, d takes c6, short castle. And now the e5 pawn is attacked, so white black protects it with knight d7. And there are many different ways to play again within this bishop into c6 systems. Like you can start with knight d2, you can start with short castle, h3, and there are a lot of nuances that I personally don't understand so well myself. And white went for short castle. Here black also has options. He can either play queen to e7 or knight to d7 to protect the e5 pawn. He chose to do it with the knight. White went for a direct approach in the center with c3, short castle, d4, challenging the center. Black defended it with bishop d6. Now white went bishop to g5, attacking the queen. Black blocked it. Bishop to h4, queen e8, the queen coming into the game through this avenue. Rook e1, protecting the e4 pawn and strengthening the center control. Knight b6, making way for the bishop. White went knight b d2, developing the last piece. And now a5, which is a useful space gaining move. Bishop to g3, a4, gaining more space. h3, the game goes in a very slow manner, each of them making slight improving moves. Black did that with queen e7, white played b3, undermining black's queen side pawns a bit. Then e takes d4, c takes d4, bishop e6, which gives white a center, but black's pawns are very well placed to ensure that this center doesn't, grow and progress much. And now white went queen c2, bringing in the present position. And
I just took the bishop and g3.
understandable. Bishop takes g3. I guess we'll also see f takes g3 pretty soon. But yeah, it's a very solid position for Haik, and I think it also suits his style. He's a very solid player himself, and he's shown that in the first 3 games here as well. He had a very nice strategic win in the first game, a very solid draw in the second game. Again, nice strategic win in the third game, and now he faces an ambitious Sankalp Gupta.
Right. Okay. So f takes g3 is already on the board. I mean, this type of move should come with another plan already. I mean, in hand. So I think his next move would actually come very soon. I think one idea is actually to open up the d file so that you can bring your rook on f8 over to d8. And it's not really threatening anything on d4 yet because it is protected by the knight, but it is a preparation.
Yeah, and it's definitely a useful relocation of the rook. Now, seeing that the rook on a8 is actually, it has space to breathe on the a file and it is operating actively, it makes sense to bring the other rook. It's very logical. This rook is the only piece right now in black's position which hasn't, set out and it's actively involved in operations. So, in a way, it solves the employment problems in black's economy by bringing the rook into action. The only unemployed piece right now.
Right. Oh, Srinath, I found a game that you should be excited about. It's between Tahbash Arash versus Paravian on the 17th board because just a quick glance of the position, everything is hanging.
Hang on. Yeah, here we go.
What is going on? So a6 was played. The bishop on b7 is under attack. The knight on f3 is under attack. The rook on a1 is also under attack. Which one do you calculate first?
You beat me to this question. Irene, complicated positions is your territory. Mine is simple, boring positions. So I pass the baton to you.
Okay. So this is black to move. And Paravian is, I think one of his most notable achievements, I think he was once won the Gibraltar Masters Open.
Okay.
Back in before the pandemic, I guess, 2019, I think, or 2020. Yeah.
I know Paravian is a very interesting young player, yet another young player. I've played him quite a few times online in different online events, including the Lichess title arenas. And he comes up with very creative ideas in the openings, like very, very creative ideas in the openings that no one else has, thought about or come up with.
Yeah, so talking about creative ideas in the opening, what was the opening of this one?
This one started with one knight f3, and black responded with d5, g3, g6, till now normal stuff. So white can go bishop g2, bishop g7, threatening e5, and if white goes short castle, black gets the center with e5, and this can also go into these symmetrical Grunfeld positions, which tend to be very slow in nature. But white went directly with c4. Now this kind of goes into the Sicilian types of positions after d takes c4, knight a3, bishop g7, knight c4, knight c6, d3, e5. Reverse Sicilian.
Sicilian, yeah.
Yeah. Reverse Sicilian dragons. And here white started operations on the queen side with bishop d2. Black goes knight e7, b4 with the idea of b5. And black responded with b5 himself. Clearly black was out of book here because he spent a lot of time.
Wow, this is a very original move, b5.
Yeah, and he already spent 24 minutes by this point for the first 8 moves. White meanwhile was playing quickly. He played knight to a5 also fast. Takes, bishop b7, bishop to g2. And already by this point, black already had this option of setting up a discard attack with e4, winning an exchange for the last few moves. But he didn't do so because usually taking exchange at the cost of this dark square bishop, it's very perilous to black's king with all these weak dark squares, which has been exposed by putting your pawn on the line squares. So for this reason, black kept postponing it. But after bishop b7, bishop g2, he decided that enough is enough. I'm finally going for e4. Not necessarily to take the a1 rook, but at least I can, recapture after d takes e4, bishop and e4. White says, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm going to first play a6, distract your bishop. If you take on a6, then I'll put my center pawn with d takes e4. And if you don't, then I'll wait for white to show his intentions.
So if black doesn't try to change the position, keep as it is, like play bishop c6, for example, what is your next approach then?
Exactly. This would be a very natural reaction. And I think at this point, white would either have to take d takes e4, in which case he's like, a6 was a useful move. I inserted it, and I'm going to take on e4. Black will recapture with bishop e4. And white can ignore bishop into a1 and play short castle. So this is one potential way the game can continue. Or the other way is to, explore options where white can move this knight to g5. Now this is a problem, potential problem, because, initially I thought e3 was the problem, but bishop into c6 comes with a check. So
that's clever.
This is probably not an issue.
So that a6 was actually very clever, yeah? Because in this position, without a6, and if you just play knight g5, e3 is a move too.
Well, not necessarily, because the bishop on b7 was hanging previously, whereas after a6, the bishop can either go to c6 or even to d5. I think now that we see bishop c6, potential problem is it comes with a check. We can consider bishop to d5, kind of forcing white to take d takes e4, because if you move the knight away, then the problem is e3 and e into d2 comes with a check. And white can still move this knight away to h4, for instance, but then what is the knight doing? It just feels wrong from a strategic perspective.
Yes.
So after spending some time in this position, I feel bishop d5 is the best move.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's interesting, yeah, because when we first saw this position, it looked clueless. Everything was hanging. But when we, backtracked a bit, understood where it came from, and started looking at the moves, the position makes a lot more sense now.
No, thanks for showing us the insights, Srinath, because otherwise it would take me some more time to understand what is going on in this position. So I think after a few moves, David Pervian hasn't played bishop d5, has it?
No, not yet.
No, not yet. Okay, so he's still thinking, but yeah, we conclude that bishop d5 should be the move to play in this position. So let's wait until he moves. But meanwhile, I think we can update ourselves on the game between Ivan Zemlyanskii versus Nihal Sarin, because it has turned into some complicated position now.
As expected, but oh, what's going on here? White has an extra piece, but he's losing the piece on the next move. So that's the first impression. But once again, we should probably backtrack a bit to see where it came from. We were last at this point after e5, knight d5. And here, White spent quite a bit of time to come up with this move d5. As we explained, bishop into d5, c takes d5, not a great idea due to strategic reasons. You don't want to give up this light square bishop. So he went b5 instead. And Nihal played the knight to f4, attacking the g2 pawn. Short castle, defending the g2 pawn. And now black went d5, attacking the bishop and forcing it to a square where it's controlled by the knight. And now Nihal went c5, breaking the base of White's central pawn chain. The point being that after d takes c5, not to take bishop into c5 immediately, but to knight to d7, attacking the c5 pawn with the knight and intending to capture with the knight. White predicted the bishop, black gave a check and took the c5 pawn. The point being that, well, fundamentally, firstly, it seems like I'm not sure if the timestamps is exact here, but if it is so, then it seems like Nihal could still be in preparation, but I don't think the time adds up. So it's very interesting that instead of taking knight takes c5 here, Nihal chose to start with knight e2 check, a very concrete approach, and then take knight on c5. The queen on b3 doesn't have a lot of good squares. Going to b2 or b1 would just be very sad for the queen and allow black to take over with d4 and d3. So he went to e3, attacking the e2 knight. Black just completely ignores it and goes d4, attacking the queen. Queen takes e2, and now d3, attacking the bishop and the queen together and getting back the piece. Now white can still emerge a pawn up with either queen d1, d into c2, bishop into c2, or bishop into d3. But in either of these cases, even though white will be a pawn up, black will have excellent strategic compensation due to the light square bishop. So far, I think it's been excellent play by Nihal from both the players, but particularly from Nihal, since he was the one reacting with black against the concrete problem set by white. But he has shown deep understanding, and the position that he has got after the first 20 moves is something that I think he would be quite pleased with.
Well, yeah, I would also be pleased as black if I had this position. You know me, I like open position. I don't care if I'm down a pawn like that, as long as I have more initiatives in my position due to my pair of bishops. So yeah, I totally understand what Nihal is thinking in this one. But again, Zemlyanskii is a very tough opponent as well. So he would try, he would try to use and prove that his extra pawn would mean something in the game, because otherwise, yeah, this is quite an imbalanced position. Of course, after a few moves when the bishop is taking on d3 or queen goes to d1, and what I mean is until all the pieces are balanced again. But yeah, very interesting. If the timestamp is right, it means that also Nihal hasn't really spent so much time on the clock.
Exactly, but I think the timestamp is definitely not right. It's probably 53 minutes for white and 1 hour for black. I think that's closer to the correct time situation. The game having gone for close to 100 minutes now, it can't be that one player has 1 hour 28 and the other has 1 hour 8 minutes.
Yep.
But Irene, another similarity between yesterday and today. Yesterday also, Zemlyanskii was similarly pawn up.
Oh yeah, against
Narayanan. Not against me.
Again, not against you. Yeah. But do you have any relation to SL Narayanan?
No, absolutely not.
Just the same surnames, yeah?
No. Actually, it's my surname, whereas it's actual name. So even that there's a difference.
I see. Okay.
So he's Narayanan and I'm Srinath.
Yes,
Narayanan is my surname. So that should actually clear a bit of confusion.
But when I search in database, both of you coming as Narayanan.
Yeah, that's a bit of a that's I think one of the mistakes made by Mega and Twig quite early on, when they still didn't understand the Indian surnames and given names. So my game started coming out with my surname instead of my given name, and that's how it kept happening. So I think that's the reason why we have managed to bamboozle so many different opponents of ours. But now I've decided to make it easier by not playing so much. So
right. Okay. Interesting. Srinath, I have to take you to this game by Surya. He is playing on board 18. The current situation is, this is my favorite. There might be some sacrifice coming up soon. Some take, capture, whatever, attack on the king side. And there you go. G5 is on the board. If you move the knight, possibly the bishop on d3 will go capturing some pawn along the way. G6, I think, is the most obvious one. But
Yeah.
if the knight doesn't move, then what do you do?
Then you just capture the knight, yeah?
Then you just capture the knight and you're a piece up. So
Yeah.
it is a tough situation for black on choosing. But how did position come about?
So it started again with another Sicilian 1e4 opening, Sicilian defense, the open Sicilian, and the knight off. It was another knight of English attack, which is still one of the most popular main lines. And here in Karthikeyan's game,
Yeah.
black went knight b d7, allowing white to go for this plan with g4, g5. Another approach for black in this opening is to play h5, a prophylactic move, preventing the ideas with g4 and g5. And against this, white went knight to d5, taking black's light square bishop and going long castle. Now, a typical characteristic in this exact variation by white is that this allows black to play knight b6 and threaten the d5 pawn. But white, on the other hand, sacrifices it with not by choosing not to protect it with c4. And after knight takes d5, bishop g5, white gets compensation. Now, one of the general principles in chess is that it's not ideal to have two of your knights protecting each other because then when one knight has some vulnerability, the other knight is also affected. And that's what we see with this knight on f6, with this move bishop g5. The knight on d5 is under pressure. Black went bishop to e7 to try and shore up the defenses. Bishop d3, development, rook c8, rook e1, short castle. And now the moment white sees that black has gone short castle, he immediately prepares to attack the king with h3 and g4. Meanwhile, the pressure is on in this point of f6 and d5. Black for now ignores it, goes b5, g4, rook c7. And now Surya chooses this moment to attack the rook on f8, force it to move, but more importantly, to allow himself to play g5. And black cannot ignore this problem forever. So he's in this situation and he's gone knight c3 check in his last move.
Whoa, this has been played? Knight c3?
Yes.
Whoa, that's crazy. Okay, so I mean, obviously you just have to take knight then, bc3. But okay, the other knight will come to d5, attacking c3. I think that's for
this
sure.
has happened. These moves have been played, and black he just sacrificed the knight just like that for not even a single pawn. Okay, he was a pawn up earlier, but this transaction didn't involve any material return from his side for his side, except that he has induced a double pawn for white, and he's also locked this bishop on h6 with white's own pawn on g5. So this is his claim for compensation, but it can't be working from a concrete point of view.
Yeah.
White should have some powerful retort.
You know, I was thinking of a move like c4 in this position.
Exactly. It was also my thought. But then what's your intention after b takes c4?
Bishop takes g6. This has been my original intention. So yeah, I love the position of my bishops and the potential of queen takes d5. Just simply attacking the king. Oh, this is my favorite. So let's see a move like which one? If you take my knight on b3, then I can. Okay, I'll just take on d5. Yeah, I don't have to worry about.
I think you
c2.
can even take on f7 maybe, yeah?
No, I just take on d5 and I'm piece up anyway because c2 is protected by the bishop anyway.
Right. Makes sense.
Or yeah, also taking on f7, king takes f7, queen takes d5.
If king takes f7, yes, this
Yeah,
would
then it's
go
gonna be
into mate.
yes.
But I guess the drawback of bishop f7 is it leaves the c2 pawn on tree, so black just moves it away. And
But in that case, I think you can just play cb3 or ab3.
true that. This is also winning for white.
Yeah, knight c3 is there, but okay, you can give this rook up for exchange down. I mean, but the position is just very, very bad for black.
True. So I think c4 is likely to be played by Surya. B takes c4 also black needs to take. After bishop takes g6. Now instead of c takes b3, maybe black can play something like knight to f4.
Knight f4. I'm so tempted to keep sacrificing my pieces. But I know, I have to know my boundary. Like, first thing comes to mind is queen takes f4, but I don't see the follow-up. It's just too brave. No, I shouldn't do that. All right, so maybe I will just pull my bishop back. Let's see, maybe to f5. And whenever you take b3, I'll just recapture.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes a lot of sense. Probably with a pawn, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense, and in the resulting position, white has done some considerable damage to black's king, to the pawn cover that the black's king had. White can continue on with g6 and blow it open further, the pawn cover of the black king. And black, meanwhile, has also opened some lines against the white king, but his pieces are nowhere near to take advantage of this. So I think white is just winning here.
Yeah. Looks like it. Well, if that is the case, then Surya is redeeming himself from his loss to Yushipenko yesterday, yeah? And then he's gonna be back on the top boards. And I would like to also see this game, Sandipan Chanda versus Artemiev. It looks so interesting. We have the situation where it is an opposite colored bishop, but the secret with opposite colored bishop is if it's in the middle game, it's going to be very dangerous because each side will attack different colors. So I remember, many young players, or for those who are not being taught so much about the position understanding, they thought like, oh, let's go for the opposite colored bishop and then make a draw. But that is actually not the case. In this type of situation, this is actually the most dangerous possibility happening for both players because they'll just look at the position.
Yeah, I was one such innocent young player myself once upon a time when I was completely lost, and I thought, oh, someone told me once that opposite color bishops has better drawing chances, so let's go for that. And it turned out to be a disastrous decision, and I ended up losing.
Right, yeah. So having such a knowledge is good, but you have to know the timing for that, yeah? Because in such a position like this, that's totally not the case. But probably when every major pieces on this board has been eliminated, then maybe you can think of a higher drawing chances. But okay, bishop h6 was played. Of course, rook f7 is the move because you have to protect g7. It looks like optically white is better because white is the one who is attacking g7. But on the other hand, white also has to keep an eye on the pawn on g2. But I see the e-file bar is just pretty much equal at the moment. But can you put more pressure on g7?
I think for now the answer is no. I mean, you can do it with queen g4. It's the most logical response in this position, but black immediately has queen e4 or queen to c4 neutralizing this pressure. So it doesn't really allow white to realistically build up the pressure. Now, if only this rook on e1 can magically teleport to the g4 square, or if you are playing bughouse, then there would be a way to increase the pressure. But in this position, within the realistic means, white has probably reached the best of their attack, and playing something like queen g4, queen e4 and going into this position, it would actually favor black a little more than white, because the thing with going for such an attack is your pawns are all poised towards an aggressive position, and then when it goes into the endgame, it's usually the defensive side which has some of the strategic things more in their favor.
Yeah, so okay, this is interesting. So after rook f7, if you are not adding more pressure, then I think black will just simply move the king away so that the bishop on h6 can be free. But otherwise, if queen g4, let's say I play queen g4, what do you do?
Yeah, queen g4, queen e4.
Queen e4 attacking the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like this exchange, but what else can I do? Yeah.
Exactly. So instead of a direct approach like queen g4, you probably need to come up with a more or less direct approach. Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe something like queen d2. But I don't like this so much either. Queen d2. Something like queen. I don't. To be honest, I prefer black's position here.
Why? Why is that?
Because black has everything under control. Black starts bringing their pieces. There's a very clear route for black to be able to do that. The rook coming to e8, the king going to h8 next. And if black is able to neutralize and stabilize, then I think white's pawns are a little weaker than black's.
Yeah, you're right. So for the pawn structure, yeah, I agree. That's why I was never really considering exchanging any of my pieces, because otherwise, if we keep exchanging and then in the end game later, even if it's like bishop versus bishop, I think black would be better.
Absolutely. So it's not easy to I think keep white's initiative going in this position. Although I think he has played the queen to g4 here, in which case I do expect black to play queen e4, which I like it a little more than the alternate option with queen c4. And if the game goes into an endgame, then I think black has not much to worry. But if white tries to keep it in the middle game with something like bishop f4, then black starts taking white's pawns with queen to c2, starting with that.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so that looks interesting. But yeah, unfortunately, I was hoping actually one of the players in this game was somehow better because of it looks like, one is attacking g7, one is attacking g2. But the one who is definitely better, we can come back to the game between Fokidov versus Gunnerden Sugar. I I don't know whether it is the right pronunciation. I don't think this is like really sugar, because
Really?
I think in Mongolian it should be pronouncing differently.
Okay.
Because I don't know. I have to ask my Mongolian friends on how to pronounce this.
No, we so far we call him Sugar. He's part of the Mongolian national team, so
Yeah.
I think our team has played him a few times. And when I ask who are you playing against, we just say Sugar.
Yeah, we have to ask how. Yeah, actually there are a few of the players here that I would like to educate myself on how to pronounce their names, because
True.
it's better to
Be right.
be right. Exactly, yes. So how do we see? So this is quite an improvement to the position that we saw before with this game. I mean, earlier on we saw that Fokidov was having a very pleasant position. Yeah, I think this was the position that we
This
saw.
was the position that we saw. And black played rook to c8. White went king b1. With king b1, I think white has more or less secured his position. And then he just took the pawn on b4. Black still can't castle as long as this bishop is on b4. And he didn't really find a way to solve this problem. So he went rook c4 attacking the bishop. White just easily defended it with a3. Then queen to c7. White went b3 attacking the rook. The rook moved away from the c file. Now rook g1 threatening bishop takes d5 using the pin against the king on the e file. Knight b6 defends the d5 point, strengthens it. White again makes a defensive move with h3, just one move. Finally, black decides that, okay, I'm not going to be able to castle anyhow. So let me try and find other ways to artificially castle and take my king to a safe point. Now the bishop on b4 has done its job because it no longer needs to prevent the king from castling on the king's side. So its duties are reassigned. Now it goes to bishop to a5, creating a pin on this part. And like you pointed out, yes, white has made significant progress. Black's pieces are all over the place, literally. They're
Yeah.
completely uncoordinated.
Yeah. So this pin is very dangerous. If you don't do anything about it, white will play queen e3 and then you have no way to save the knight on b6. So here black has to come up with some preparation, either stepping away from the pin or maybe make use of your rook h8 going to b8, and then whenever queen e3 happens, then you can just move your bishop, and that way you're protecting the b6 knight. But on the other hand, I feel a bit sad of the rook on h4 as well, because it looks very loose, like what you said, it's a bit of all over the place. It's very disconnected with other pieces on the board. So yeah, I think Fakidov is going to win this very, very smoothly.
Yeah, although he had a winning position earlier in this tournament in the second round, I think it's completely different from this one. That was a technically pawn up position which was winning, but
Yeah.
this one is a lot more winning in terms of the degree of how much winning it is.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Wow. Okay, so looks like things are good for Kidif in this position. Let's come back to the top 10 board. Okay, this is pretty calm position, but compared to Fakidov's game. But let's check ourselves on the game between Maksudlu versus Madaminov.
Right. For the first time today, we are having a look at this game, but we haven't missed much because they have made only 13 moves despite the game having gone on for close to 2 hours. And yeah, both the players have been spending considerable thought. It started with the English opening, 1 c4, symmetrical English with c5. Now g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, knight c3, knight c6 with d3, knight f6, a3, d6. Very, very symmetrical way of developing for both the players. Now white created a break on the queen side with rook b1 and b4. Black took the pawn and played a6 in order to prevent b5 and also prepare his own b5 break for the future. White started developing his king side, putting his knight on e2 as opposed to black putting the knight on f6. But it's not such a big change. Black went bishop queen d7 with the idea of bishop h3. White prevented it with h3. Takes. White has the pair of bishops, but black got the pawn to b5, taking away one of the pawns on the diagonal of white's white's light square bishop on the long diagonal. White played short castle and black now defended the b5 pawn with rook a b8. So this is the live position that we have right now, and it seems pretty balanced, but maybe just a little bit of slight edge for white due to the pair of bishops. It's something to work with for white at the very least, for Parham to work with. It's not totally dead yet, and there is something in the position, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, but here in this position, the direct threat is on the pawn on b4. So what would be the most concrete solution here for Baham to play?
So one idea to deal with it is to play the pawn to c5. And if black takes, then we have a position where black has connected passes, outside connected pass pawn. But white has a very strong center and a very compact pawn structure and a protected pass pawn of his own. And if black does not capture the pawn on c5, then white plays d4 himself. And he will recapture on c5 when black takes d takes c5, but otherwise he just puts the pawn on d4 and builds a strong center. So I think c5 is pretty much the move that it kind of suggests itself. The move speaks for itself.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it's going to happen. Parham has been having quite an okay performance so far, right? He hasn't lost any single game yet. He's been very solid, and now he's playing with white pieces. I think he's one of the favorites in the open tournaments. Like wherever he plays in any open tournaments, like he's never playing badly.
Absolutely. He's usually amongst the favorites. He's usually among the top seeds. He's amongst the top players in the world. In fact, I think he reached highest rating of around 2740 last year. He's had a bit of up and down performances in the last 1 year or so, but he's been stabilizing around the 2700 region, which is actually a very colossal achievement in recent times because uh, I think the number of players above 2700 in today's times is one of the lowest in the history of ever.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we can name a few those who are playing in this tournament. First is of course Arjun, but this is a better part of not being a 2700 anymore, because he's now 2800. But the rest of the players, for example, Ishipenko, I think he used to be 2700 too, right?
Yes.
And then Naidic, I think at some point in his life also he was also 2700. Who else was 27?
I mean, if you're talking about former 2700s, Adiban is one name that comes to my
Adiban,
mind.
yes, right.
And
Artemiev.
Nihal also had a brief moment at the 2700 club, which I think is set to rejoin very soon, based on his recent performances.
And Artemiev was also a 2700
I
before.
think he's still at that point, right?
Is
should-
he? Oh, he's actually, yeah. Because I remember he dropped down from 2700 for a bit, but I think he's come back now. Yeah, yeah. Okay, there's still so many things going on right now. But we haven't really taken a look at Sound Saleh game because he
Is
was
he
the star of
creating another
yesterday's game.
magic today?
No, unfortunately, it's been very calm. Very, very calm.
Calm, but the position is not without its imbalances. Yeah. I'm guessing it's a Sicilian opening.
Let's see if you're right. Yes, it is.
Yeah, a Sicilian opening, and it went with 3 bishop b5 check. Salem played knight to d7, and white went with its direct approach towards the center with c3. Black played knight f6, attacking the pawn. We need to defend it. Black just went a6, b5, and bishop d7, completing his queenside development. White got a center with d4, but black now develops his kingside with e6. Short castle, bishop e7, rook e1, short castle. e5 is not something to greatly worry about in such positions because the knight has the d5 square to come to. So white went knight b d2, and this is actually an instructive point in Sicilian defenses. In this structure, black usually does not take c takes d4 as long as this knight is on b1.
Yeah.
So if you take it right now, then this knight can go to the c3 square. But the moment white goes knight b d2, the knight develops to d2. This is usually the moment when black chooses to take on d4. So the knight no longer can go to c3, and black gains useful counterplay on the c file after taking c takes d4. So Salem did this. Then white played knight f1, rook fc8, knight g3, and now b4 with the idea of a5 and bishop a6. Expanding on the queen side, white positions himself against this potential expansion with bishop d3 and bishop e3. Bishop a6, a discovered attack with d5. Black takes on d3 and trades the queen, offers trade. White accepts it. And then after d takes f6, f into e6. This is how we got the pawn structure that we have at present. Rook ec1. Rook goes back to a8. h3, h6. And now white starts bringing the king in. Black also follows suit. Bishop d4. Okay. I don't know at what point, but I don't think white played bishop d4 here. So I think maybe until bishop e3, king e6.
Yeah, maybe this is the position. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I see the live position is after king e2. So I don't know how the other moves came on my notation here. I also see the bishop on f8.
No, the pawn is
the
on
king e6, so
e5.
it's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, e5 is already played and king e6. Yeah, this is the current position now. White's turn to move.
But Salem is making some progress, yeah. White hasn't made a lot of progress. Like he went bishop d4, he came back bishop e3. But Salem is making some progress. He brought the king forward. Right now, both the sides are in contention for the control of the C file, but White is not going to get it anytime soon. And Black is, I think, setting himself towards playing D5 in the near future.
Yeah. Well, let's see if Abdisalimov here can, secure half a point at least, because it looks like even though everything looks balanced, Black is kind of pressing.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. Black seems to be the one pressing, but White's position is not in any imminent danger. There are no major weaknesses as such. But yeah, he still has some work to do before being able to be safe and solid.
Yeah, meanwhile, there are some progress in the game between Arjun versus Pranesh. The game looks like it's pretty wild actually, because
Wow.
okay, let's try to understand this position. We left it after Queen G4, I guess. Queen G4, H4,
Queen G4, Queen D5.
oh, Queen D5 first.
Yeah.
And then
Arjun went King F1.
yeah, maybe.
Wow. He went King F1, which is an interesting move, but why is the king
It's
even
look-
going to
It
it?
looks a bit superficial, yeah, like this King F1 in this type of position.
Yeah, I mean, the only rationale I can assign to it is in case of a Queen E6, the rook on E1 is protected. Which was, if you remember, one of the problems, right? When we looked at C4, there was this idea with Queen E6. So a king on F1, and now in case Black goes Queen to E6, and you move your own queen away, let's say you take on D4 or something, then in this case, it keeps the rook on E1 protected. So, but I'm not really sure if this is a reason for King F1. But clearly, Arjun had some idea of what he was doing. He played the king to F1. Black played H5. White went Queen H3. And here Black played Bishop C8, attacking the queen. Arjun moved the queen away. Black went Bishop B7. And then they repeated once with Bishop C8. Here Arjun changed with Queen F3 instead of Queen H4,
Ooh,
which he
Queen
went
F3.
earlier. Yeah, offering trade of queens. Which is interesting because if Black accepted this trade, it feels like Black still has a very nice position, yeah, with an extra pawn.
But C5, D4, right?
Yeah, C5, B4. The position still remains complex here, but to be honest, like why not just Bishop B7, Knight takes D4, long castle. I
That's
can
right.
still do this, right? Yeah. So this shouldn't really concern Black so much, no?
Yeah.
Maybe Knight into D4 wouldn't be Arjun's move. Maybe he'll do Knight G5 or something to prevent the development and claim that although the queens have been traded, your king is still in the center and I'm still going to pose problems against it. But Pranesh went Bishop to B7 instead of taking on F3, which the computer is not too happy with. White continued with Knight D2 and now Rook H6, bringing the rook into action. Knight E4, Rook D6. So at least he has solved the problem of the development of one of his pieces. The only undeveloped piece remains the bishop on F8 because the rook on 8 will likely come into action after long castle. And with rook coming to the 6th rank, this also supports this F6 advance for Black, which is usually required to be able to send this knight away and move the E7 knight and get this bishop into action. But the position still remains complex. Pranesh has been playing incredibly fast though. He has 79 minutes remaining. Arjun, who is himself quite fast, is actually lagging behind on the clock. And Queen D1 is certainly not his move because E5 knight is hanging. So, did he play some bishop F4 here? I think that's more likelier.
Yeah, I think that should be the move. I haven't got the move on my board yet. Oh no, Queen
H5.
Queen D1.
Huh?
I don't know. I have Queen D1.
So the position is wrong.
So-
No, the input is wrong. The move is wrong. He did not play queen d1, I'm sure about this. Maybe he took queen into h5 because I can see a queen on h5.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, probably it's queen h5.
Yeah, this adds up. Against queen h5 and black has a long. Should be able to, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I think we can switch while this one is getting fixed to another game, probably in the... I was just looking, there was one game that catches my attention. It's in the lower board actually, but I think Nandita is having a fantastic tournament.
Wow. So who's Nandita playing against?
Galavis, board 23.
Wow. She's crushing this one also, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just take a look the last move that she played, knight f5. And now bishop f8. Now I have all sort of ideas in my mind for white. One of them is...
I know which one you're thinking of.
Okay, try to guess which
Rook
one.
into d5.
Yes. Yeah, rook d5, queen takes f6. But of course, if I can continue without sacrificing anything, that would be great. But at least, you know, if you already have this type of option happening in your game, you can be very happy.
But you might actually be able to do this, yeah? Let's at least have a look. What happens? Takes, queen into f6. And here, I mean, queen h8 and queen h7 is a very serious threat. So the first move that I would think of is queen into f5.
Ah, that is the trick, yes. And when you take the queen back, there is rook e1 check.
Yeah. Bishop c1, rook into g1, and I claim that at least I've won some material. And the king goes to h8, bishop comes to g7.
But I think you can also play bishop a3.
Yeah, right.
Oh, although there's queen d5, no. So that's not right.
Yeah,
that's not right. Yeah, yeah. Just rook takes g1, and then now when the queen moves, yeah, rook takes g1, queen moves, and then king h8, bishop g7. Yeah, black is much better.
But of course, this is not a forcing variation as such. Even here, apparently, white has some other options like going queen h8 check. But at the very least, black is defending here against this idea of rook into d5.
Yeah.
So, although it looks tempting, the move rook into d5, it's probably prudent to sit back, not make that move immediately. But when we see a good move, look for a better one.
Yeah, completely agree with you. And well, sometimes it's easier said than done because sometimes when you see such a move like that, you know, it looks beautiful, let's go for it. But then you forgot about your opponent's intention. So it can be backfired. So in this position, we know that white is much better. How do we come up with the next plan?
Yeah, so white is right now a pawn down, but is completely crushing the king. Now, in these types of situations, I think a very useful question to ask is what is the opponent's counterplay? What is their intention? And we have a very dominant position here, but it could be something like no, queen d7 is not possible because of queen into f6. So I guess I'll not move the queen or the bishop, and I don't need to move the knight. So in this case, maybe I can create more pressure on the g6 point with something like h4, the idea of h5. Because queen d7 is queen into f6, and it's very important to be able to anticipate opponent's counterplay in these situations and to either try and prevent it, or if it is not something critical, then ignore it and carry on with our plans. But it's important to be aware what the opponent wants to do. I think it's one of the very important aspects of conversion, the technique of conversion in better positions.
Yeah, conversion and finishing. That's something that I still have to keep learning in my chess, because sometimes, when I get a winning position, I failed converting it, and it was a torture when you already work very hard for your game before the game, even like a good preparation, and then during the game itself you had such a good position, and then after that you somehow collapse. It's as if you already built something that is so good, and then you just blundered, or you just didn't have a good conversion skill, and then there you go, gone is your full point.
It's not just you, Irene. I think it's for almost everyone. Everyone has problems with conversion, and it's one of the most difficult things to do in chess. To convert better positions. And the higher you go, the better the resistance of the opposition gets, which is why it's one of the most difficult things to do against stronger players. But I would say it's like one of the final tests when you're going from one level to the next level. So if you're 2600, a 2700, this is better. Similarly, the same with 2500 and 2600, and all the way with the rating system. But when you're able to do that, when you're able to break their resistance, is when you go to the next level. So I'd say it's like the final test.
Final test feels like I'm playing with a like a game, like on a computer game. Like there's the final boss that I have to face, I have to challenge, and then if I can get rid of it, then I'll be next level. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, I guess most of the players, they have like really long thing, because going into the second or third hour of the game, usually they're entering the most critical part of their game. So it is very important for them to think quite carefully on what they're going to do. And some of the games are actually very interesting. So we'll come back after a few minutes. So stay tuned. See you soon after the break.
My name is Rashid.
How old are you?
I'm 10 years old.
What's your favorite chess piece?
My favorite chess piece is the queen.
Queen? Why?
Because it have so many moves.
What's your name, first of all?
Mohammed.
Mohammed. Wow, nice name. How old are you?
10.
10.
10 years old.
And for how long are you playing chess?
I've been playing chess for 2 years now.
2 years?
Yeah.
Are you playing at school, or are you also playing at home?
Both.
Both? Against whom are you playing at home?
My brother. There is my brother.
Oh, so you play together. That's very nice. What's your favorite chess piece?
Chess piece? The queen, because who doesn't use the queen in battle? It's the most important. After the king is the most important.
The king is the most important.
أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
عشرة على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا ابو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز. انا جعت. ايش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
عشرة على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا ابو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Who's your favorite chess player?
Magnus Carlsen.
And who do you root for the World Championship match, Ding or Gukash?
Well, I don't really follow up on chess, so I don't really know though.
Do you play chess?
I play, but I'm not master or I'm not good. But I know how to move the chess.
That's okay. So guys, do you play chess?
I do play chess.
You play chess too?
No, I don't.
Do you play chess online or over the board?
On the board. I prefer on the board.
And have you competed chess tournament recently?
It's been a few years back, not very recent.
How often do you play chess?
Well, it depends. In the summer, I play with my friends quite a lot though.
What do you like the most about the chess when you play?
About smartness. Smartness, not.
Is there right now we're at the Formula One? Is there any connections in your mind between Formula One and the chess? Something similar?
Fast thinking.
Hey, who's your favorite chess player?
Actually, I don't know regarding who's the player, but I don't know who's the good one and who's the master now. But I know how to play.
Yes. Who do you want to see in Qatar Masters? One of the top 10 guys, let's say, in the world of chess.
Definitely people like Magnus Carlsen, like championship winners.
Interesting experience. Kati Sasalashvili was at the Formula One venue asking the people about chess. Chess can be enjoyed of all ages, of everyone. So, Sri, we were taking a break, but during the break we were checking out some of the games that are, very exciting from the start until the present time. And you were mentioning the game of Arjun Erigaisi versus Pranesh right now is very unusual. Like this is totally a very unique approach by Arjun with this variation.
Absolutely, Irene. This is at least one of the interesting games, and we were last at this point. Arjun had just played his knight to e4 here. Black went rook b6, and Arjun took the pawn on h5. And here we thought black would go long castle, which is exactly what he did. Now white went queen h3 check. The king moved. Arjun's knight on e5 was attacked, so he brought it back. And here the position probably assumed a more stable nature. Now black got the knight to g6, so he solved the problem of the development of his kingside pieces. Now if we go a bit early on in the game and look at the position after the 10th move, this was the problem for black, the problem on the development of the kingside pieces. And he very creatively solved the problem of both the rook and the bishop. First, he brought the rook out with h5 on the 12th move, and then the rook came to h6 and later to b6. And then in the few more moves, he got the knight out to g6 and the bishop came out to e7. So bishop e7 played, and now white played the pawn to b4. And I believe this is where black is thinking right now. The position seems better for black, and this is due to his powerful light square bishop and the queen battery. Arjun is looking to put one of his knights to c5 and try and get some counterplay against black's king. But in general, in terms of long-term characteristics, black stands a bit better. And I must point out that this is the second time in this tournament that Arjun is in trouble with the white pieces. He managed to get out of it in the second round. And in that game also, he refused repetition in a position which was not necessarily better for him. He managed to draw that game. Let's see how he does in this one.
Yeah, this is another challenging game for Arjun with the white pieces, and I think it all pays off for Pranesh because we were mentioning in the earlier of the broadcast that it might be actually it was you who said that it might not be a wise choice by Pranesh going into this variation, but after a few moves, now the current position, I think black is fine. It's totally fine, and black is in control.
Yeah, I just saw Pranesh do a little Aronian-like move there, stretching his neck, which I've seen Levon do it whenever he feels confident about the position. And Pranesh has actually defeated Arjun before in at least one of the online rapid tournaments. I remember this one. Let's see if he's able to. But has he repeated again? Did he play Rook H8, Queen G3? It seems like he played the Rook to H8, attacking the Queen. White went Queen G3. Until this point is logical. And this is probably the position in which he is thinking right now as Black. Is he going to play some F5 here, Irene? F5 and Bishop G6? This is your type of position as Black, right?
Yeah, yeah. Can I sacrifice something? No. Okay, so
No, I think here it's better to sacrifice your opponent's pieces.
yeah. Okay, so if only the other rook on b6 could jump over g6.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Do you want to play Knight H4?
I think so. Yeah, I think that is a good move.
Yeah, Knight H4 is strong, and I'm very worried for White here. To be honest, if Black plays Knight to H4, I don't see a good defense for White here.
Yeah. And he did it. Knight H4 is already on the board. So the question that remains will be answered by Arjun soon. Because for me, it is a very difficult, it's a difficult position. How to anticipate Rook G6, which coming up soon, and Pranesh just got off the chair. Yeah, he's looking very confident in this one.
Absolutely. Pranesh is looking very confident. He's beaten Arjun before. He knows that he can potentially do it again. And Arjun, on the other hand, he managed to pull it off once, getting out of a bad position. But here, I honestly feel that the chances of him pulling another one seems a bit less. The reason being that this position, it feels even more dangerous. The Black's king is very safe. White's king is under fire. But most importantly, I just don't see any direct defense against this move of Rook G6.
Oof, that's tough. If I put my knight to f4, let's say, right now.
Yeah, knight f4 would be the most logical move. But queen to c4, coming with a check.
And then king has to move, maybe, yeah?
King has to move, absolutely.
And then, and at least the knight is still guarding the g6 square.
True. This is probably what Arjun has to do here. He has to probably go into this situation. And here there are moves like f5 or g5, which looks very threatening and dangerous. On the other hand, can I do that? Can I play g5?
Yeah, you can totally do that. But just out of principle, I would like to bring my rook over. So let me play rook h6, also with the idea of knight f5 coming up soon. I mean, after knight f4, queen c4, king g1, then rook h6.
Yeah, absolutely. Rook h6 also very powerful. And in fact, it's the best move in this position.
Yay! Yeah. So it's just out of principle because it looks like any moves, yeah? Even if you play knight f5 right away, I think the position still looks good for black. Even if you play g5 to, or even a pawn to f5, I think, I mean, just look at the pieces activity. I like having my pieces activated like what Pranesh is having right now. None of the pieces are sleeping. Like they're all playing.
Absolutely. It's a model of how to keep your pieces active. And Arjun is under very serious, very intense pressure. And although we don't have exact timings, I also have a feeling that Arjun is probably the one who has lower time today because just based on, him being the one to be the first one to think early in the opening and subsequently the one who has, in general had to solve more difficult problems overall.
Yeah, yeah. And also from the video, we can see that Arjun has been spending lots of time on the board compared to Pranesh. Yeah, it looks like things are going south for Arjun, but let's see if he can pull off his magical twist of turn in this game because he's been saving lots of games in the past as well. But yeah, it's gonna be very, very challenging.
Yeah, he's been saving a lot of positions in the past as well, but I also have a lot of, you know, um, I don't know which word to use, but let's say confidence. Confidence in
Confidence, yeah.
Pranesh. That he he's incredibly skillful, and although he's rated 2582 and he's starting to become a bit better known, I feel that the world still doesn't fully it's not fully aware of what he's capable of and how much. And for this reason, yeah, I have a feeling that he might not let go of Arjun today in this position.
Yeah, yeah. And also, the other thing is usually if you could pull a position like this against much stronger opponent, there's always some risk in your position. But in this one, I don't see any risk to Black's position at all. All I can see is just Black is in total domination and about to almost, kick away the king there. So what just happened is knight f4 is on the board. And
I
possibly,
think knight f4 is on the board. I'm
oh, we
just
don't have the move yet.
deducing based on the direction of the move he made in the video. It's a bit of detective work, but I think it should be knight f4 based on logic.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get the move now. Yeah, I think so. I think it should be knight f4. Wow. When was the last time Arjun lost a standard game?
It was not so long ago. It was against Arvind in the 6th round of
Oh,
Chennai
that's right, Chennai
Grandmasters.
Grandmaster.
Yeah.
Yes.
And before that, I think we need to go a bit deep, a bit longer. It's been a while, but I mean, Arjun's games were actually quite shaky in Chennai, although he performed pretty decently with 4.5 out of 7. But he was having dubious positions in a lot of games there. And here as well, he got away against Murtash in the second round. But you can't pull it off again and again and again with 100%. Yeah, he split queen c4 check as we anticipated. Here, apart from king g1, Arjun can also play the queen to d3. But after queen d3, I guess Black can just play something like f5 and g5. Maybe start with g5 and then play the pawn to f5 and this g2 pawn falls. So by that logic, king g1 seems forced by the process of elimination. And in fact, he's played a move.
Yeah, he's played the move.
Yeah.
And now will Pranesh play my move, rook b to h6, or will he play something else?
Irene, rook b h6 is considerably stronger than the next best move, which is probably g5 in this position. So this, I was just checking this a couple of moments ago with the computer, and rook h6 is overwhelmingly stronger than the next best move. So in that sense, this could be a critical point in the game where Pranesh sets the direction of where he's taking the game towards.
Yeah. Well, Arjun is in trouble and getting a bit nervous for him too, because it's not only about losing or winning a chess game, but he is here for also another reason, to keep gaining his FIDE circuit points, because it has quite a good footprint. Whoever wins the FIDE Grand Prix circuit, like look at Gukash, he won the last the circuit points, and then he won the candidates, and now he's playing the title against for the title against Ding Liren. So it has quite a good set mark there, whoever wins the circuit points. And yeah, Arjun has to try his best winning the tournament. But first of all, his first priority is how to save this position.
Absolutely. And in fact, Arjun could have done that if he had accepted the repetition offer from his opponent.
That's right.
He could have been like beauty lies in repetitions. But he chose to be more ambitious. And of course, it's still very early in the tournament. I mean, a draw or even a loss here, it's not the end of the world. It's not. I think there will still be possibilities to get back into the tournament. I remember there was the 2023 Sharjah Masters, which was won by Arjun, and that came after a disastrous start for Arjun. He had 2 out of 4. He's made a move, and I think he didn't play Rook h6. He made. Arjun has also replied. So I'm not sure if Pranesh played G5. Yes, he played G5. Arjun almost instantly replying, I think, with knight to D3, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, knight to D3 on the board. And the position after G5, it's still a considerable advantage for Black, but it's not as big an advantage as Black would have had if he had played the Rook to H6. And I'm guessing that there's still a long game ahead, a long and exciting game ahead between Arjun and Pranesh here. Pranesh is looking to win this one, and Arjun is looking to save this one, but we never know. I think still all 3 results are not impossible.
Yeah, it's still pretty much a three result position. It's just, okay, this is quite a miss, right? How much is the difference of the valuation between G5 and Rook H6?
So after Rook h6, the evaluation was something around -3.2. With G5, the evaluation dropped to -1.6. But when Arjun played knight d3, the evaluation came back to -2.6.
Oh, so there was a better move than knight d3. Then what was the move?
I think the computer will just take knight into G5.
Wow, that is so brave.
No. This maybe it's losing instantly. But if it's not knight G5, and if it's I think B3. No, but B3 is G into F4, there's Queen G7. So B3 was one of the moves the computer was showing when I checked earlier. Maybe B3 is one of the top choices. But it's a bit hard to understand the significance of this move without going very deep into the position.
Yeah, it's very complex, and everything is looking good for Black. It's very hard to find like a good move for White. I mean, for Black, even though Pranesh didn't play the best move, but what he did is still preserving his advantage.
Absolutely. But having said that, we look at a lot of moves ourselves as the commentators, and we also see what the engine says. But despite that, in my experience, the players still see an incredible amount of moves. And sometimes they don't play what the engine says because of something in the third move or the fourth move of the variation within, which is not easy for a human to spot, which seems apparent to us, but not to a human without any external help. So in that sense, yeah, I think there is still a lot to calculate and navigate. And players, during their games, they have such intense focus and concentration on the games. Here you can see Arjun with rapt attention, and Pranesh also bending down and completely focused. And this focus and attention gives them, it enables them to actually calculate so many things, which is not so easy for someone spotting from outside.
Yeah. I mean, in this type of position, of course, it doesn't matter whether you're winning or losing. The position itself already forces you to sit still and think on, because anything can happen. Because I remember I have so many games like this when I was at Pranash's situation, where every single move is good for me, but somehow you are so spoiled with so many good options, you somehow landed on the worst option available. You know,
I can
just
so relate with that.
I remember I saw this somewhere not so long ago. Like chess has taken away my sadness and instead bringing me anger, stress,
I so saw that coming.
and all of these negative feelings. It was good at first. Oh, chess has taken away my sadness. Okay, but then in return you got the anger, the stress, and then the insomnia.
I know.
Yeah.
I so saw that coming. I so saw where it was going towards, because I was like, what? Really?
I mean, you love chess so much, of course. When you play it, you feel joy. Of
Mhm.
course, it is joyful when you're winning, but when you're losing and then you have to defend your position, you have to save your position. Ugh, that is a lot of stress.
Absolutely. So many of these winning games in our lives. But again, Irene, it's really important to calculate.
Mm.
It's really important to focus and calculate. The more you are able to see during the game, the better your decisions will be. And in these situations, if you make these quick moves out of intuition without calculating, missing some key resource of the opponent, this is the moment when things start going wrong.
Yeah, totally. And the more you calculate, the better it is. But again, you're running against time. And here, if the timestamp is right, Arjun has 22 minutes for the remaining 12 more moves. It's not really in time trouble, but you just have to be a bit faster because all the next few moves, they are not going to be easy.
Absolutely. Again, very similar situation for Arjun as he had in the second round. He was low on time, his position was under fire, his king was in danger, and somehow he found a way to keep his king alive and threaten something against the opposition king. And again, this position looks really nice for black, and it is indeed nice for black,
Mhm.
but black still needs considerable precision, and it's a long way to go.
Yeah, indeed. It's a long way to go. And now Pranesh is thinking so deep right now. What could he be thinking?
I'm excited for Pranesh's chances though, being the underdog and also the brave opening choice, Irene. The
Mm.
attitude of this generation.
They're fearless, totally fearless, yeah?
When I played similar situations
Mm.
where I faced someone 200 points above me, the thought was to just make a draw with black and try with white.
Berlin
And
then.
your preparation, your everything was towards equalizing, neutralizing as black.
Uh-huh.
It would not even be possible to imagine such an approach, playing such an opening against a 2800, the
Mhm.
world number 4, and trying to create chances against him.
Yeah. I think this is a very good approach by Pranesh, I would say, because he's treating this game as a training game. Because I'm sure in his mindset, it doesn't matter what will be the result on this game. I will learn something. So let's play brave. Let's have everything out on the board, and then if I have to lose, I lose. But I will learn something from it. Even if I win, that's great. That's a bonus. But also, I will learn something from it. So, I think the one of the secrets, I guess, in the rise of Indian chess prodigies is because of their mindset. This is what I noticed. You can have all good trainers. I mean, in any part of the world, right? You also have all the access to the internet to play online games, also to access all this material, all the resources, but
Confidence.
but at the end of the day, even if you have all these resources around you, what you have in mind is more important than anything else.
Absolutely. It's a level of confidence and self-belief.
Mhm.
I think it's not just restricted to chess, but the next generation in general. In a lot of fields, I've noticed, particularly what I notice in India,
Yep.
is a level of self-confidence and self-belief that the previous generations simply couldn't even imagine.
Yeah, yeah, totally. And I think it has been fruitful. The approach has been very energetic. I like it. I like how what I see with Pranesh here. And yeah, I think it's just a matter of time for him to cross 2600. Is he already 2600?
No, it's
It's very close, yeah.
2582.
Yeah, he's very close to 26, and yeah, it's just also another matter of time to get to the 2650 mark, and maybe later on 27, and maybe just like Arjun 2800.
Yeah, 2800. Just two Indians in the history and 15 players overall have managed to reach that in published ratings and 16 in live ratings overall. Do you know who is the 16th one? I mean, 16th is Arjun, but the one who managed it in live ratings but not in published ratings.
Is it Gukash?
No, Gukesh still hasn't.
It hasn't crossed in
Yeah,
in
yeah.
live rating yet.
But it was from my generation, and in fact the same year as me.
Oh, 92. Sorry,
94.
94. Oh my gosh, 92 is mine. 94. No clue.
It's Anish.
Oh, Anish.
Yeah.
Finally, yeah, but not published. Yes.
Yeah, not published, as far as I remember.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Which is why, when Arjun reached it in live ratings, I wrote it as the 16th person to cross 2800. And when he did it in published rating, I wrote it as 15th person to cross 2800.
so is Anish the only one who has crossed 2800 in unpublished rating?
I think so. Although I need to be
Double check,
careful
yeah?
to be
Yeah.
exactly sure, but logically it should be the case when we have 15 and 16 as numbers. I think the chat might be able to answer this better than me.
Oh, we have actually a result while waiting for Pranesh to come up with his move. We have a result on the second board. It was a very, I think I would say, quite an uneventful game between Sargishan Sean versus Idani Puya. And I think the resulting position that we are seeing on the board right now is already proof that, it all came down to Rook's Endgame with equal material. And here they are already passing the 30th move mark, and they are on the 33rd move to be exact, and they agreed to make a draw. I think it is one of the tournament strategy as well, right? Because both of them, if you remember, had quite a long game yesterday.
Right. And for Idani, it's been two long end games in a row. And with the black pieces, it also makes sense for him to, consolidate his lead. And with this draw, at least at this point, both these players are jointly leading the tournament with 3.5 out of 4. Of course, there are also several other games which is going on in the fourth round, with people with 3 points. But as of now, they have gone to 3.5 points. And we also have a couple of other results in the games that we were covering. One of them is the game of Hokkaido, where he was completely winning for the most part.
Yep.
And he managed to successfully convert this win. And the other game was between Sandeepan against Artemiev, which has ended in a draw, a solid draw with a repetition right here, Irene. Queen g4, the queen came to g4, the black queen came to e4.
Ooh.
And then they just repeated moves right here. No, this didn't happen, but they repeated moves right here. So a couple of results there, even before the first time control.
Yeah.
And also another quick update, one of the tournament favorites, Nodabek Abdusaturo, the second seeded player, he managed to get his second win in a row, this time against the super talented Olivia Kiolbasa, and he moves to 2.5 out of 4. After a difficult start, he's coming back into this tournament.
Yeah, he's back. And of course, it is also very important for Abdusatorov to be back in the tournament contention because, well, he's also trying to gain as many points as he can for the FIDE circuit.
Absolutely. And although he had maybe one of the worst possible starts, he lost the first game, he drew the second one. In an open tournament like this, you always have chances. And one of the key things is to win the last round, and you just need to put yourself in a position where you have chances until the very last round. Now, In a tournament like Qatar Masters, there are so many strong players, there are so many contenders that no one person is going to just run away with the tournament. So even if you go behind a bit, you can hit back, you can get back, and if you can finish strong, that's the player who will be the champion.
Right. And I think I would like to switch back to Nihal's game because there are so many things have been traded off in this game, and just what am I seeing? It looks like black is pleasant, but am I wrong? Or is it just equal?
It seems double-edged, no?
Yeah.
Black has initiative against the White's king. He has these two rooks on the 7th rank.
Mhm.
On the other hand, White has one extra pawn on the queen side and can create a potential outside passed pawn or even a connected outside passed pawn. So what is Black's threat here?
Okay, black might be, oh, you know, I like putting my rook on a2 just to control the a4. I like to grab any possible material.
Okay, and if I start with knight c6 myself, attacking the
Yeah,
a7 pawn.
then we're probably a6 first.
Hmm.
Or maybe, I don't know, that
No, a6
position.
maybe the problem is knight b4, yeah?
Ah, there's knight b4. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so
But
probably.
you can maybe do rook a2, which you intended earlier, or something else.
And I think he's done it. Knight c6 is on the board.
So the question is, what dangerous threat does black have here? So for white, it's pretty straightforward. I'm attacking the a7 pawn, and I'll try to move these pawns forward. But black, on the other hand, he has these pieces which are dangerous on the king side. But how are you going to, make more out of it?
Yeah, I was trying to calculate all possible ways, including to move my king. If somehow it can help, I don't know, somehow the king is on h4, but there's no way to do it. First, you have to give up your pawn, but then there's no real follow-up after that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even after reaching h4, there's no way forward. If you had such a choice, maybe you want to take it to e4 to reduce the protection on the f2 point.
And Nihal has played something.
Rook a2 maybe, yeah?
Yeah, probably. Not sure.
Rook a2 and the boy who never sits goes
The
for
boy who
war.
never sits. Right.
Yeah, rook a2 has to be the only move because you can't defend the a7 point. I mean, in theory you can, but you don't want to move these rooks away from the 7th rank. So I'm guessing rook to a2. White takes the pawn. White can also play the pawn to a5 here, but just for illustrative purposes, white takes the pawn, black takes the pawn. And then this b pawn is a lone pawn. The a7 knight is attacked. And in that one tempo it takes for white to move that knight, black will play his other rook to b2 and keep the b5 pawn under control. Now, if black can achieve this and neutralize the b pawn, the game ends in a logical draw. So I'm guessing one way or another, this is the likely direction that the game might take in the next few moves. It can happen in a few different ways. Now, white can insert an h3 and then take on a7, or white can play something like a5 first and then have the same thing happen. But eventually, one way or another, I think white will take the a pawn, black will also take the a pawn, then this b pawn will get neutralized and it will go into a 3 versus 3 position, which is likely heading towards a draw.
Yeah, so it looks like it's drawish in any scenarios there. What do you think if we switch back to the first board, Nedic versus Yushipenko, just to see and update ourselves on what's happening on their game?
Yeah, it's been a long time since we had a look at this game. We saw it all the way back at around this point when black took bishop into d4. Since then, not a lot has changed in terms of the character of the position. And quickly going through the moves and getting into the present position, not a lot has changed, as you can see. The pawn structure remains the same. There is pawns on e6 and c7. They just repeated once, and then after repeating once, after knight c4, bishop d5, knight d3, bishop d7, white chose to refuse the repetition with h3, and the game is going on for the moment. White has a slight structural advantage. Black has superior piece activity, and this keeps the game in balance. But white doesn't really have a lot to work with.
So it was white who refused to repeat, yeah?
Yeah, white refused to repeat.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to understand this position, if white can actually play or win, because it looks like black's pieces are more active. Everything is in place. So what else could be the plan here? H3, I know this move, you know, because it shows that white doesn't really have a concrete plan. You just better come up with a useful waiting move. So h3 is there. It's useful in the future because, you know, you might have some background attack, but now after h3 you don't have to really worry about it.
They have played, I think, a couple more moves. Yeah, I saw Esipenko going bishop to c8, but I'm not sure if that's the current position or if there were a couple of moves in between. Seems so, because I see the white knight on c4 here instead of e3 on the camera. So I'm guessing that the knight may have gone back to c4 at some point.
Yeah, this looks like yeah, we're just gonna wait for the moves to come. But I think we haven't really touched this game. It's between Narayanan SL versus Raja Ritwik, because it looks like they're closing in to an endgame.
Yeah, they are literally in the endgame, and it's a bishop versus knight endgame with 2 rooks each. Right now, the black knight is attacking the white pawn on b5, and it's black turn to move, but the black king is under check. So he can play the pawn to f6, attacking the bishop on e5. And here I don't see any other move for white other than bishop into c7 and rook into c7. And this is not really a lot to play with. I guess white will continue with rook a d1, taking the 2 open files in the position under control. But black will just probably play the king to f7, threatening either rook e8 or rook e7. And this seems pretty easy to neutralize. So I think a very equal position, and likely going towards a draw from. In fact, I see bishop into c7 and rook into c7 already on the board. So yeah, it's a double rook endgame with kings on the board and heading towards a draw, I think.
Yeah. Okay, interesting, because I thought in the last few moves after Narayanan played knight takes e6, it looks like the position was good for white, but Raja, I think it's he was
up to it.
Yeah, he was up to it. He's fine with it. So after knight e6, and just simply take everything, taking twice, and now this endgame. Even though usually in such an endgame the bishop is better than the knight, but thanks to the weakness of the b5 pawn, I guess. Yeah, imagine if the pawn was somehow on a4.
Yeah,
I think it would be better, because now you have to do something about it, and the more you push the pawn, the more concession that you create. And also when the knight is standing on e6, it's pretty much solid. So
exactly.
In this type of situation, would you prefer to exchange your bishop with the knight, or would you do something else?
It seems more safer to exchange, because the b5 pawn, like you pointed out, it's a weakness, and to be able to defend it, you probably have to play c4 here. Playing c4 weakens the d4 point, and that is very easily accessible to the black knight. So in that situation, there is a danger that the black knight ends up being better than the white's bishop.
Yeah, and in fact, Narayanan took the knight on c7, rook c7, and rook a d1. It's still not the end of the world for black, because black still has to protect everything because the current position, even though everything looks balanced materially, but the two rooks on d1 and e1, they're more active than the black's rooks.
Absolutely. But again, king f7,
King f7,
and one of these two moves.
So
and it's
maybe
very hard. Yeah.
maybe if I want to come up with some plan, like attacking plan, I have to put my rook in the black's territory. So let's play rook d6.
Yeah. Rook d6, rook e7.
And then I double up my rooks on d file.
I also double up my rooks on e5.
And I will not let you try to trade, so I'll play king f1.
Yeah, and rook e6.
Yeah, and then we might be seeing all these checks on e7. Wherever you go, just keep challenge the rook. Yeah, yeah. So it looks like it's a pretty balanced position. But yeah, I'm trying to pressurize a7, but there is no way to do it apparently. Or can I actually play rook c6 in this position?
Interesting. In certain situations, something like this, it can work. Here, I'd probably start with rook e7. You know, just to, and then I can actually threaten to take it and play rook c7, and it's very hard for. So I started with rook e7 because if I did this immediately, like takes and rook c8, then the white rook comes to d7. So I want to do this with the rook coming to c7.
Yes,
Now,
yes.
even in this position, black might be able to do the same. But I can also start with rook e7 to keep the option that if you over push, then I'll try to take over.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was just trying something, you know, because it looks like everything is balanced, but I'm trying as white if there is anything more that I can hope for. But apparently, yeah, black is always ready to respond to any of white's ideas.
Absolutely.
So still,
Yeah, it's a very solid position for black, and likely that he might hold. Now, what is not a solid position for black is the game between Karthikeyan against Mahdavi, where white is not just a pawn up, he has a solid extra pawn. It's a 4 versus 3.
wow.
But also black has pawn islands all around, weaknesses, and this bishop on e6 is also not active in the game. So Karthikeyan, he had a nice position out of the opening. We covered it out of the opening, and so far he's been keeping that advantage, and he has a massive advantage in the endgame, and he's also about to complete the 48th move in the next move.
Yeah, so Karthikeyan is in good hands right now. Like, yeah, he's a pawn up. He has no problem with the clock for the time being, and it's looking like he's on to his third victory, I guess, or second.
I think it's his third. He had 2 wins and a draw against Sankal Gupta.
Oh yeah.
His opponent plays the pawn to h4 to try and trade one more of the pawns. It's a good defensive attempt, and black will still keep holding on. But after g takes h4, rook h8, although white might not be able to hold on to this h pawn for a lot longer, white can keep rolling his b pawn forward. So it doesn't really take a lot out of his current advantage. It doesn't really take anything from his current advantage.
But in this type of position after h4, what if I try to win the pawn instead of exchanging the pawn? Like, for example, if I play g4,
yeah,
and then somehow I get all my pieces to attack the h4 pawn, so I win 2 pawns up in the end.
It's also possible. I think it's also possible, and it's also gives a considerable advantage. So this is the decision that white has to take here. It's just that I don't want to allow an extra outside pass pawn as a counter play, and black might be able to hold on to it with knight h7, knight g5, rook h8, and then advance the pawn. And I just didn't want to deal with this and calculate. So potential counterplay options. But having said that, this also should be winning for white.
Yeah. I mean, if I was in Karthikeyan's situation right now, I would just grab h4 actually, because I mean, I only have 3 minutes left on the clock. Maybe I can still have a better position, but without any risk at all, because sometimes things like this, your opponent is trying to provoke something. Like it looks like, oh, this pawn, I can just ignore it and then I will win it in the end. But sometimes, this pawn is actually the culprit of your draw because you're winning, but somehow because of this pawn, the position is become drawish. But yeah, Karthikeyan is pretty good for now. And I would like to switch to the game between Daneshvar Bardiev versus Kashgaliev because it's a very interesting game. Queen and bishop versus queen and bishop of different colors.
But with a lot of extra pawns for one side. I count 3 extra pawns. And all these 3 pawns are attacked by black right now. So he's set to lose at least one of these pawns. But on the other hand, it's white's turn to move. So he can try and create some threat against black's king here. Or just come back with queen d3. So these are the options he has. I think queen d3 is logical, giving up the b2 pawn but keeping the b5 pawn alive. And if black takes on b2, then you move in with queen to d8 check. Then the bishop comes to d5. You create threats against the black king. If black doesn't take the b2 pawn, then white is 3 pawns up and will try and move the pawn to b7. Put the bishop on f3 so that the king has a breathing square.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, this type of endgame is so difficult and very dangerous because again, it's opposite colored bishop. Actually, the plan is very simple. You just have to play according to your bishop's color. So put the king on your bishop's color, and you might be a bit safer. But I was also thinking initially that this position was just an easy draw, but I think you pointed it out. It's not as easy because well, a pawn is a pawn, and in fact in this position it's not only a pawn, it's 3 pawns up for white. So white can basically give up one of them in order to have a more stable position.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. And he does go for queen
Yes,
d3.
queen d3 is on the board.
And like you pointed out earlier, it's an opposite color bishop, but the queens are still on the board, which makes a difference because after queen takes b2, there is queen d8 check. And there are possibilities like this where the queen goes after black's king and finishes it off.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, but then I figured out the answer myself. Like, yeah, even if you try to keep going to the dark square, eventually you will end up on the light square, and then therefore the bishop and g2 will come into action because yeah, you cannot always be on the dark square all the time. Like here, for example, he has queen.
Yeah, here I was actually not sure where to go. But maybe you don't have to go anywhere. Yeah?
Maybe you just play bishop somewhere. Yeah. Bishop e4, yeah, with the idea of queen h7.
Yeah.
And then your king is safe on g2 later. There is only just going to be one check, but that's pretty much it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Also, I think I come to like this game more and more because I've been checking it myself. It's Abdisalimov versus Salim Saleh. I know this is totally not my game. The way how Salim plays in this game is just very calm, very positional. But you know what, Srinath? Deep down, I'm a positional player.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, sometimes, I like to just switch my game into the end game and then play from there. And this one is one of my favorite as well. Especially if you are in a better position, of course. Like, I like to be playing as black here. I don't know what is the current evaluation. Maybe it's 0-0-0, but optically, I like black better because
Absolutely.
the pawns are more advanced. There's always a threat of knight takes b3, for example, a takes b3, and then you just push the pawn. Of course, it's not happening now, but this is just one threat that you try to accumulate. And then what else? Just basically pretty much because all the pieces are more active than the white's pieces. So I know Salim for a fact. He also likes this type of position. He has so many games like this where it is just objectively equal, but he would try to squeeze the water out of stone.
Yeah, and we seem set for potentially one more of such instance. But on the other hand, I wouldn't. I completely agree with you. Black is the one pressing. Black is the one trying to create chances. But on the other hand, white is also solid at the moment, and white doesn't have any particular weakness that black can play against. Black will maybe come knight f4 on this move. White goes king to c2. Then one of the knights to c4. And there are certain instances where if black overextends, white can even try to take over against black's weaknesses. Now, this is very unlikely to happen, and it's not from an objective point of view. But if black gets overextends beyond a point where there's nothing in the position, then white can take over. But otherwise, you're completely right. Black is the one pressing, but white's position is not that bad either.
Yeah, but this is also the hardest thing to do in chess, to wait. Because again, white shouldn't be the one who is over pushing. White is the one who should wait and see what is black's intention. But sometimes, during chess game, you are, you feel like you're forced to do something, whereas the best thing to do is to do nothing. This is happening in many of my games as well, where I just overreacted to the position where I shouldn't have reacted at all.
Absolutely. White does need to be patient. You're absolutely right. And let's see how is white able to do that. If
Yes.
white is able to do that or not.
Right. Okay, we can leave this game for a bit because it looks like everything is pretty calm there. And what is not calm is the game between Arjun versus Pranesh. Let's update ourselves on that game because it's going crazy.
This is the position after knight c5, or are there more moves after knight c5? I think knight c5 is the last move that we have, and it's black's turn to move maybe after knight c5. But we should probably have a look at the video to understand what is the current position a bit better.
Yeah, probably after knight c5 there's already not queen c4. Yeah, knight c5 is the last move. Yeah. Yeah, this is black to move, and Pranesh just played something.
At the moment, it seems a little unclear, yeah, what Pranesh has played. But based on the position we have after knight c5, again, Pranesh seems to be on track. He seems to be having the better position, and he has carried it well so far. But this c5 opening is also a window for potential counterplay for white on the c7 square. So black needs to continue to be concrete, and maybe bishop into c5 is what black must have played in this position based on logic. Although I didn't see him capturing a piece, but
Yeah.
I do see one of the knights in the captured pieces. Bishop into c5, and maybe rook c1 played by white, rook a c1, to try and keep the c file open and capture on c5 with the rook. But yeah, one way or another, the game is heading towards a potential finish even before the 40th move. So now there's something very exciting going on, Irene. I don't exactly know what is it, but something very exciting going on. If only we could get a full screen of the video, that would be
Yes.
the dream.
Yeah, it is totally exciting right now. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what we can do with this one.
Yeah, there we have it. There we have it, and the position is so completely different from
There's
what we
already
have in the
some
broadcast.
a work on the 7th rank.
Yeah,
White's rook, what's happening there?
it has changed so much. And
And I
it's
think
it,
both of them are in time trouble too.
yeah, it seems so. At least it seems like the game is still pretty much on. The queens are off the board. Black has two passed pawns. There's a pawn on d4, there's a pawn on e3, and there's a white bishop on g5, knight on g6, the rook on h8, and white has just played the rook to d7. Seems like we are starting to get a few moves from the broadcast, Irene, but it's still catching up slowly and steadily to the current position. But I think in a couple of minutes we'll be able to have the true picture.
Yes, I guess we can try to have a short ad break right now. I'll visit Qatar. We will be back after the break and show you the updated games.
Thank you for that smile on your face. Sunny. Thank you for that beautiful grace. Sunny. Thank you for the sunshine bouquet. Sunny. Thank you for the love you brought my way. Now the dark days are done and the bright days are here. My sunny one shines so sincere. Sunny, I'm so true. I love you. I love Sunny. Sunny, I'm so true. I love you.
انا جعت. ايش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواف. رد يا ابو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا هنا. اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي الأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the fourth round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. We have updated most of the games now, and let's take a look at one of the most important games on this round. It's between Arjun Erigaisi versus Pranesh, because Arjun was in trouble all along, but let's see what's happening after the Queen C4 where we left it off.
Yeah, Irene, the game has been driving us crazy, and I can also imagine that the game has been driving all the spectators crazy because it's been a crazy game today. And after Queen C4 check, King G1, G5, we were around this point. Arjun moved the knight. Black played the rook to E6. It was all about trying to get this knight out from this diagonal to reach the G2 point. White didn't let that happen. First, he attacked the queen with B3 to try and open up the C file so that he can also get counterplay against the C7 pawn. Black politely declined that offering. The queen went back to C6. White defended the E4 knight with F3. Now Pranesh took queen into C2. Knight C5, moving away the knight which was threatened. Bishop takes C5. Arjun played rook a C1. We were actually deducing the position around this point during the broadcast. Here Pranesh went bishop to D6, which actually turns out to be a very big mistake according to the computer. Now, this was an important point in the game when Black was absolutely dominating, and he could have continued that domination by just moving his queen away. And if White took rook into C5, which would be logical, then here the key move for Black is rook into E4, ignoring the C7 pawn, ignoring the queen which is attacking it, and just taking the knight in a cold-blooded way. The knight which was supporting the D2 bishop, and this would have allowed Black to have a big advantage, but this is of course crazy complexities. The line goes on, and it's not at all straightforward for a human to evaluate this as winning for Black, but the computer just did that. And this is the reason why, although this position was minus 2.7, it was far from clear for the two humans that were playing this game, and Pranesh, in a human way, went with the bishop to D6. This happened. Arjun now saw the opportunity to exchange the queens. He took the queen, Black took the queen, White took the bishop, equal pawns, equal pieces. Bishop into E4 was taken. Black is actually a pawn up at this point, but White got it back after F into E4, knight G6, and bishop into G5. Now Pranesh went F5. This is the point when they were both in a bit of a mutual time scramble. He used the pin on the E file to capture the E pawn and create a pair of connected passed pawns in the center. Arjun meanwhile going towards the 7th rank with rook C1, attacking the C7 pawn. F into E4, rook into C7. Pranesh pushes the pawn. Arjun prepares to get counterplay on the 7th rank. If Black played the pawn to E2, Arjun would have defended it with bishop to D2. And therefore, Pranesh tried to neutralize White's threats on the C file with rook to C8. White moved the rook away to E1. Now both these pawns are under attack. Both these pawns are under control. And after rook C3, finally, Arjun managed to get one of these connected passed pawns with rook into D4. Black played rook into B3. And this is the present position in this highly exciting game, which is still going on and is set to be going on for, I think, a considerable while.
Yes, because they already passed the 40th move mark, and they are having 30 minutes extra on their clock. Actually, this is one of the reasons why I love my job. I was just listening to you all the time while also, taking note on myself. Oh, this is what you should be doing in this position. This is what you should not be doing. It was like, wow, okay, that was, you almost made me want to come back playing chess
I know, right?
competitively
It's
again.
not me actually, it's Arjun and Pranesh. I'm just basically just narrating what's going on, but they're creating that excitement.
Yes.
And imagine being in Arjun's shoes, right?
Yeah.
How much excitement he might be feeling from the danger.
Exactly, yeah. And it looks like he might be able to save this. I mean, compared to the position like about 20 moves ago, right? Compare that position to present position. He would be very happy to have this one.
Absolutely. You'd be very happy to have this one, be safe after the 40th move. But also, it's a bit of a mystery for me still, what goes on, how do they become so fearless? I mean, they're not fearless. They also go through emotions like
Yes.
all others, but they're able to overcome it and they're able to overpower it.
Yeah.
And it's a very special quality. There's a reason why Arjun has been able to achieve what very few people in the history have been able to achieve, and he's barely 21 years old. His career almost just beginning in a certain way at the absolute elite level.
Yeah, exactly. It's as if the switch click on their brain is very fast, like from one moment to another. For me, I would have taken some more time to actually process what was going on and then to accept that I was losing. And then in the moment when I was losing, then I have to approach the game differently. And this is actually one of the hardest part in chess as well, because psychologically, you are in the state where you were before, and then you just carried on like that until the end of the game. And what I see from the young chess players these days, they are so mature in a very young age in chess, because from one step to another they accept it very quickly, and then they take like a different approach completely according to the objectivity of the position. So Arjun, I'm sure at some point of his game he realized that he was worse, and he accepted that, and he was like, okay, this is what you should be doing when you're worse. You're trying to make some counter ideas. Like for example, we saw that he was being attacked on the king side. He's trying his best to somehow open up the queen side, and he actually succeeded. And after he got that, somehow the position has balanced out by itself. So he was successful in that manner. But also I think I must applaud him in his time management, because it was not easy to come up with all those moves with only a few minutes left on the clock, where in almost every move Pranesh was quicker than him, and then also the position was easier for Pranesh. So I mean, we're not talking about the result.
Absolutely, Irene, I completely agree with you, and I mean, I couldn't agree less with you on the whole thing. But yeah, kudos to both the players,
Yes.
Arjun and Pranesh, for creating this spectacle, this excitement. And what do you predict now of the game from the current position?
Okay, I think the game has been calmed down, and it looks like, okay, objectively it looks pretty drawish, but I just like, or I just prefer to have bishop over knight. So I think I would be pretty confident in my game if this was my game, to somehow outplay my opponent and play for a win. I mean, I'm not going to play for a win like completely. I know objectively this is balance, but I would keep this idea in my mind that I will, at some point maybe it is important to over push a little bit without any risk. So I think that's what Arjun is going to do.
Absolutely. Makes sense. And I can imagine myself also, having more confidence in this position if I was playing a lower rated player than me and I survived a worse position. But let's see how this game unfolds in the next couple of hours.
Right.
But it's going to be I think it's going to take a while, and it's going to take a bit long. Meanwhile, I see that we have a bit of excitement on the first board as well,
Yes.
which has just got past the 40th move, and this is I think the current position that we have right now. Both the players not on their seats. Black just played the queen to c2, and although white has an extra pawn, which is a dangerous passed pawn, white has some problems with his pieces on the queen side, and black is threatening to not just take these pieces but also create threats against the white king. So this is game on. Now this a pawn can be caught by the knight on b6, so it's not like the a pawn runs away and there is no one to stop. Meanwhile, black is asking how to save this piece, and maybe let's back up a little and see how this position came, because it looked like a very calm battle until this point. Black went back bishop b7. This is the point when white refused repetition. After knight c4, bishop d5, knight d3, bishop b7. White played the pawn to h3. Black played g6 here. And now, once again, white played the knight to c4. This time, black played bishop to c8. And he kept maintaining here. White tried to create something with b3 and a4. Black went queen c3, and this is the point when white took the a6 pawn, thereby creating an outside passer, but also exposing his king side a little bit in the process. The black bishop came to d4 first, attacking the, not quite attacking, but controlling the f2 pawn. And then the queen came to c2 next. And while white advanced the a pawn, the black's pieces started coming one by one. Knight d5 with the threat of knight c3. And if white played a6 here and kept advancing the pawn, black would have won after knight c3, attacking the rook. The only square for the rook is to e1. Then rook into e1, queen into e1, and now queen takes c1.
And tactic is always happening. Yeah, queen takes c1, and a fork on e2. Yeah, so that's why in that position, he didn't push the pawn, yeah, but instead I think he played
rook e1.
e1, yes.
Exactly. And then black took, he played bishop to c3, attacking the a5 pawn. And this was potentially a very critical moment in the game, Irene. Here, white had the chance to actually create something, a6, queen e2, and queen e8 check, king g7. The 40th move was passed. White had time here. And instead of queen a4, which was the move played in the game, he should have actually gone queen to b5 here, attacking the knight while defending the a6 pawn. Now, queen a4 was a very understandable move, protecting the a6 pawn and trying to push his own a pawn forward. But now, after queen c2, the problem is how does he defend the bishop on c1? So this was actually a very critical moment in the game where he had some real chances after queen b5. After queen b5, the question is what if bishop into d2? The piece was attacked, and this is potentially the detail which was missed by both the players.
Yeah.
Here, white had this move queen to e2. Now, these are very sophisticated ideas which are shown by the computer. I didn't find them myself, but this was also the moment of truth when white could have gone ahead with queen b5.
Yeah, yeah, we'll see. So queen a4 is on the board. Yeah, I understand that's a blunder, but what I just don't understand is I think the players, especially Naidij, had another extra 30 minutes on the clock, but he made queen a4 rather fast.
But we didn't know that, yeah. We don't know how quickly he made it. Like, we can't be sure with the timestamps.
Oh, the timestamps is a bit off, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
And in this present position, let's say he goes on with a7, queen into c1 check, knight f1. I think black just goes knight
Knight
b6.
b6, yeah.
And here it's black who plays for more, yeah? Or is it just completely equal here after takes and takes? Black maybe plays for a little more, but maybe white also doesn't have major problems. Yeah?
Oh, can I sacrifice? I don't know if it is called a sacrifice, but I will let that pawn to promote, and probably instead I will play instead of knight b6. Can I play knight f4?
This looks scary.
I know. Probably I shouldn't have done that,
But let's see what happens after queen.
And then let's try knight e2. This is my idea.
Okay. So king h2.
And then I just take the knight because there's no check for the king on g7.
Right. Black is winning here.
Yeah. But unfortunately after knight f4, I think white will just take on f4. Queen takes f4. And then you promote on the next move. Or maybe not.
But okay, this is equal material.
It is equal material, yeah.
It's very similar to the position that we saw with knight b6. It's almost the same. 4 versus 4.
Oh, yeah.
Bishop against knight. And apparently the key move after knight f4 is queen to e8, protecting the e2 square and also keeping
yeah. That's right.
And
that's
queen
right.
e8 is it's absolutely the only move because queen e4 with the same idea for some reason doesn't work. Although queen e4 would have been more natural to me. I don't know why exactly this is the case. But yeah, these are the mysteries of this position.
So we don't have a move yet for this one.
Yeah, and again, to remind the people, the last move is queen c2, and here it's white to play. White hasn't actually played the queen to e8 here. So this is the last position after queen c2.
Mhm.
And white is thinking in this position, as we can see from the video.
Yep. And okay, I think we can also take a look on the fourth board. It's between Zemlyanskii Ivan versus Nihal Sarin. Looks pretty balanced too, but not without any problem, I guess. This type of rook's endgame, you have to be careful, especially for white.
Yeah, especially for white, you're absolutely right. Because if the e3 pawn falls and the f4 pawn falls, it could be a potential position where it's 2 versus 1, which is what maybe Nihal is trying to create here. But white seems to have things under control for the moment. Black can actually still try and play for a win here if he wants to. Like, put the pawn on g6 and then play some king e4 and f5. Sacrifice one of the pawns, bring the king to f3 and try something. White should be able to hold it with without too much difficulty from an objective point of view. But I think, yeah, black is the one who's trying, who's clearly pressing for something here.
Yeah.
Well, do we have a result in the SL Narayanan Ritwik game?
No, it's still playing. But
Because I've seen this position on for a really long time, and maybe there is a so there is some update. The game is still going on. There's some updates, but it seems like a 4 versus 4.
Yeah.
Which is just again going towards a draw, I think. But yeah, curious that they're still playing on, because the position looks completely equal.
completely
to me.
drawn, yeah.
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 So why not save some energy, go and have an early dinner?
If you can make the game longer, why make it shorter, right?
So you can have an early dinner.
Yeah, but anyway, I think there's only one pawn on the queen side, so black will try to attack the c pawn, I guess, or
No, so there's a white pawn on b3, black pawn on c5, white rook on c3, I think king on e2, black king on f7. So based on this position, like I can put a version of it just for people to have clarity. So this is basically
I see. This type of position, yes.
Yeah, and then the king has come to e2. So it's this position with black to play. Okay, let me just triangulate. Yeah, it's this position with black to play. I didn't really triangulate. Yeah, this is the position we have from what I can see. No, there's a pawn also on h4. But okay,
It's good enough.
reality.
Yeah, it's good enough. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we can conclude that this game is gonna be drawn anyway.
We also have, I think, the end of Nihal's game.
Is it?
Yeah, it's going to be a rook versus rook, and I think they're going to play till the bear kings. And we are pretty soon going to see a handshake
Oh, yeah,
and the
yes.
signing of the score sheets.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yes. Rook.
King
Okay.
takes f4, king h4, king f5, king into h5, opposition.
And there you go, a handshake. Yeah, I think it was a fair result anyway. The game was very interesting in the beginning, but Ivan somehow found all the tricks and he could, simplify the position. And then they came down to this type of endgame and it was pretty balanced. So
Two hard fought draws in a row for Zemlyanskii
Yes.
against two Indian 2650s.
Yep. All right, well then, and still no move. I still have no move from the first board, but we can update ourselves on the game between Karthikeyan versus Reza Mahdavi.
Karthikeyan did indeed play g4, Irene, like you pointed out. We were at this point. He played g4 on the 40th move, which I was a bit hesitant. And maybe the reason why I was hesitant might show itself in the game as we progress. Black played the bishop to d7, and this was after the 40th move, but I just didn't want to allow this counterplay. White went bishop to d3, rook c8 attacking the c3 pawn, knight e2 defended the pawn. He came back bishop e6, rook h1 attacked the h4 pawn, black defended with rook h8, the knight came back to d4, black went knight to d7 to potentially create some chances, bishop to f5, but of course black is never going to allow this trade and lose the h4 pawn. Instead, he would prefer to take with f6 if the trade happens. So he played knight to c5. Now white went rook e1, and here black chose this concrete moment to take on f5, knight into f5 check, king e5, rook e1 check, and this is the current position that we have right now. I'm guessing king f4 is it's suggesting itself, yeah?
Yeah, I think so too. I think it has to be king f4 because you also would like to create more counterplay on the board. Yeah, this is exactly what I said about the pawn g4 and h4, right?
Right.
I had a feeling like g4 is also a good move, but not without any risk. And I'm really worried that the pawn on h4 could be like a very good counterplay, and it has proven in this game, unfortunately for Karthikeyan. So there's always this, you know, when you're playing and then you're not sure with your own calculation due to the time situation, and then you just have to play with your intuition. Sometimes it betrays you.
Absolutely. He went king f6 though.
Oh, king f6 is on the board, yes.
Yeah, he went king f6, which is probably a bit of relief for white here. King f4 looked definitely more dangerous.
Yeah, I would play king f4. Totally.
Always move forward. Yeah.
Always move forward.
Do you think he was worried about some potential rook d1, rook into d5 mating net?
Probably.
Like, you know, for instance, after h3, rook d5, h2, and now knight g3, and it's a mating net.
I think after rook d1, probably I would play rook. Oh, what's the pawn there?
Yeah, sorry, it's here.
Yeah, so in this position, what do I do? Probably rook a8.
Rook 8, I can go rook d4 check, yeah?
Oh, there's a check first. Yeah, no, I don't like it.
I mean, yeah, I guess this is what repelled him, but here maybe you can take this pawn.
Okay.
And now after rook into d5, you just need to defend against this threat of
and then now maybe you can play rook a8 because there is no rook d4 check.
Exactly.
Yes.
Concrete, but also I think it's very much possible to calculate this.
Yeah, I mean, I think those moves, in the end, you feel like those are forcing moves anyway. So typically when you are forced to play such move, it's becoming easier to find.
Absolutely. And after king f6, it seems like white has made a move, although we don't have
rook d1.
Yeah, rook d1. Rook d1 had to be the move because knight into b3 and knight d3 check for the dual threats. So rook to d1, and after rook into d5, we have a similar position. It's just the difference is the h pawn is not as menacing as it would be with the king on f4.
So what happened if I move my king back to e5?
Makes sense.
Just attack d5 then with knight e3, for example?
Yeah, knight e3, but question is, do you first want to insert, but then that allows the knight to f4, yeah? So maybe start with this. Makes sense.
Yeah, knight e3, and then I think you're gonna be happy with this position. And then after rook d8, for example, then you can kick the knight with b4, and somehow you find your way to go to h4 pawn, or depending where the knight goes.
Yeah, but still looks complex, yeah, because h pawn alive, I think there's always some counterplay, and the game is not totally one-sided.
And meanwhile, on the 9th board, Daneshvar Bardia already won the game against Kashgaliev Murtash. It was I would say a very instructive endgame, even though he won 3 pawns up. But in such an endgame, queen and bishop versus queen and bishop of different colors, it was going to be pretty tricky still. But he managed to exchanged the queens and brought us to this current position.
Yeah, around this point, he forced the exchange of queens, and he showed that not all opposite color bishop endgames are a draw.
Mhm.
Here, with these 3 extra pawns, it was just way too much, and the king just went from behind. The bishop protects the b7 pawn. This king will come and try and take the g5 pawn, and black king cannot be everywhere. So
Yeah.
this is how he forced his opponent to resign.
Yeah, well done for Dinesh Bardia. So I guess he will be joining like the top 3 boards on the next round. And we have also a very interesting position from Barham Maksudlu versus Madaminov.
Very interesting position indeed, and black is on the better side of it.
Yep.
It's 3 versus 3, but an outside puzzle for black. The d5 knight absolutely solid, well protected by the knight on d6 from any possible approach from the white pieces on attacking the d5 knight. And white's pieces are actually a bit stuck at the moment, yeah?
Yeah. White pieces are stuck, but also, what can you do with the knight then? Because you see, the knight on d5 is stuck guarding the pawn on b4, and the knight on d6 is stopping the king from entering. So also with these 2 knights, you cannot really do anything. But okay, black can try, with this knight downs with rook f8 and somehow trying to trap the king to a stalemate position. Not a stalemate, to a matting net position.
Exactly. Did we see Pranesh walking? There's a draw.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh
There's a
yeah.
draw. Yeah.
There was a draw, yeah, on the 3rd board between Arjun Erigaisi and Pranesh. That's right. Wow, you have such a pair of eagle eyes.
So after knight d5 here, this highly exciting game ended in a draw, which is a bit of a premature end to what could have actually gone further, no, Irene? This was where we were in this game. After king h2, king b7 happened. Arjun tried to advance the king with king h3. Pranesh stopped it with knight e5, giving up the e3 pawn, which Arjun took, but in return, taking the b4 pawn with this move knight c6, a discovered attack, attacking the e3 bishop, b4 rook, and the b4 pawn all together. Arjun gave a check, defended the e3 bishop, which is more valuable than the b4 pawn. But after knight takes b4, rook b3, knight d5. Here black has this connected passes while white has the bishop, which is usually better at multitasking. But on the other hand, white had this double pawn, which is a bit of a handicap in a position like this. And they seem to have agreed for a draw at this point.
Yeah. So, I mean, judging from the last move, it was Pranesh's move. I think when he played knight d5, it was also coming with a draw offer. Yeah,
a good result for Arjun. And I guess also a good result for Pranesh in general, but from the position that he had, a bit of a disappointing result. But what an exciting game.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was very exciting. It was a very brave opening choice by Pranesh. And he was in many points of the game. He was just much better, showing his domination against Arjun. But Arjun is a 2800 player for a reason, and he's been saving quite a number of losing positions in the past, and he prove it again in this game against Pranesh.
Yeah, the resistance levels of the higher rated players. And quickly also going through a roundup of the results, we have a couple more results. The 5th bout between Sankalp and Haik Martirosyan has ended in a draw, even before it reached the 40th move. At this point, after knight c4, white offered a draw and black accepted it. And the game between Raja Ritvik against SL Narayanan on the 6th board has also ended in a draw, as we kept anticipating it for a very long time. So out of the top 6 boards, 5 of them have already ended in draws, from games 2 to 6, boards 2 to 6. And the first board, in which the game is still going on, also seems set to end in a draw. It's this 4 versus 4 in game, which we were talking about. With the bishop versus knight.
Yeah, I think you just have to free up the knight at some point by playing g3, king g2, and there you go. When the knight is free up, there's no more no more thing that Yushipenko can pressure on. But let's go quickly to the 14th board. It's Yakubaev Nodirbek versus Gautam Krishna. I think the game is going to end anytime soon.
Oh, the defending champion is coming back after an upset first round defeat. He has won 2 games in a row, and at this point he seems set to win his 3rd game in a row. And Gautam, who has been having a pretty decent tournament so far, he drew against Shamsuddin in the 2nd round from a hopelessly lost position. He drew against Amin Tabatabai yesterday, and his final symbol of hope in this position is the d3 pawn, which white can just literally eliminate it in one move and finish off the game with a knight into b5 check and queen d6. So maybe start with a check, knight into b5, and then take the d3 pawn.
d3 and then just trade off the queens on d6. That's the most clinical way to win. I was a bit struggling to find out any matting position here, because I would like to, checkmate the king on d4 somehow. But I think the easiest way is just to trade off everything, right? And then promote another queen.
Especially this d3 pawn. So he's taken knight into b5, and I guess you just can't keep this d3, but you can consider queen d6 check. That might also be winning, Irene.
Yep.
In fact, it's the most fastest way to win, I think.
Oh yeah, because you promote with a check. That's important.
Yeah, you promote with a check, and
it's a skewer.
it's very unfortunate for black. If you do it with a knight, then it's just one check, and he's resigned. Gautam has resigned after
Okay.
he takes b5, queen d6 check.
Yeah, so we landed on this game right on time. Nandita, by the way, has already won her game as well. A very, very good performance by Nandita.
And also Surya won his game. Where he was completely dominating. Paravian also won his game.
Paravian, yes.
We were briefly there today, earlier.
So Aniban...
Ivanchuk has his first win of the tournament.
Ivanchuk. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, this rook's endgame with the pawns.
Yeah. Even a legend like Ivanchuk had to wait till the 4th round for his first win in Qatar Masters 2024. Just goes on to show how incredibly strong the tour field is here.
Yeah, totally. Wow, yeah.
And the game between Salim against Abdi Salimo has also ended
with a draw, yeah?
Yeah. So today there's been a lot of peaceful results in the top 10 boards.
But most of those draws, they are very tricky. I mean, they're very exciting. It's not like a very peaceful draws. Like for example, Arjun's draw was come on, it was a very exciting battle. And then also Narayanan and Raja has already made a draw as well. And that was also not without any tricks on the board.
Absolutely. None of the games were easy. None of the games were calm, actually. And every one of those games were fighting. But it also goes on to show that the opposition in general for a lot of these players, it was a very even matchup in a lot of these games. And that's the reason why we have so many draws today. Going back to one of the live boats between Karthikeyan and Mahdavi, it seems like Karthikeyan is going to potentially achieve what no one else has done so far in this tournament, that is to beat Mahdavi Reza.
Oh, Mahdavi Reza has been undefeated so far up to round number 3. But yes, I agree with you. It looks like after Karthikeyan's last move, Rook h5, he'd be winning the pawn on h2, and therefore he'll be 2 pawns up in this game. But even in such a position, you still have to work a little bit hard not to somehow find yourself in the drawish position.
Absolutely, Irene. There are so many tricks. There are so many tricks in these endgames. Firstly, the question. So for black, the question is whether he takes the rook or not. But let's assume he captures it. Then for white, the question is how do you recapture?
Yeah, I think with the pawn.
Yeah, I also thought with the pawn. And then you create an extra passed pawn. You have 2 passed pawns on 2 different sides, and it becomes so much more difficult for black to be able to catch it, because you need to combine the knight and the king, and both the pieces have one pawn each to take care of. So rook into h5 is probably losing outright on the spot. But in this case, where do you move the rook to try and keep something? Rook
Yeah,
c8?
rook c8, there is knight e4. So you are protecting the pawn first before taking the h2 pawn.
Yeah, the h2 pawn is not going anywhere, yeah. So you can actually see it from his face. He doesn't look very hopeful, I think, Mahdavi.
Yeah. So that means that if Karthikeyan wins this one, he's gonna be 3.5 out of 4.
Yep, he's going to join the pack of leaders.
Yep.
We have two of them already, potentially two more joining after the expected draw on the first board, and Karthikeyan in that case would be the fifth person.
Yeah. So far, Sargishan Shan and Idani Puya, they're already on 3.5. Joining them with 3.5 is Daneshwar Bardia and potentially Karthikeyan, because I think, and we actually predict the first board between Naidic versus Yeshipenko will end with also a draw.
Oh yeah, I missed the result of Daneshwar. So that's potentially 6 players on 3.5
Yes.
tomorrow, which again
Still even number.
yeah,
So they're gonna play against each other too.
exactly.
So I just let's quickly see what's happening on the 10th board between Parham Maksudlu versus Madaminov, because they are doing exactly what we predicted.
Oh, Parham is actually fighting
Not
a
to
battle.
lose,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. To not to lose, he's losing potentially the h pawn. The g pawn is attacked right now after black's last move, h4. And if he captures this pawn, g takes h4, g takes h4, the h3 pawn is attacked. He probably has to capture it, so he's probably thinking, what does he do in this position after capturing g takes h4, g takes h4. And in this case, maybe knight g1 is the only move to save the h3 pawn. But white needs to see whether he wants to defend the h3 pawn or try and go for some kind of a counter attack by taking the rook out from its defensive position.
Yeah, and then it's just a matter of time when Black will bring also his king around, probably, to take on the h3 pawn. But at some point, I think the king is needed. But probably now you can just simply, attack here, attack there, try to collect the pawns if possible, because it looks like the position between the pieces there with the king and then the other pieces on d3, e2, and b2, they're kind of like stuck.
Absolutely. They are stuck. They are each doing their defensive responsibilities and none of them can move. And if black takes the h3 pawn, which black kind of inevitably does, because playing something like knight g1, rook g3, rook b1, it just feels so depressing and wrong. You don't you need the pieces to be active in order to be able to fight, and it's the h pawn will also be captured sooner or later. So white has to try and seek counterplay here. He can do it with rook a2 or rook c2. Let's say rook a2 just to keep it at a distance. Rook into h3, and now maybe rook to a6, attacking the d6 knight, trying to swing over to g6 and disturb black's position. This has to be the defensive method for Parham, the right defensive method. And at this point, after h4, this is the live position that we have at present.
Yep.
I'm guessing Parham might be pondering about something similar.
Yeah. You have to also somehow activate your rook on b2. It cannot just be there all the time, because it is only black who is currently playing at this game, while white is trying not to lose it. So h4, I guess eventually you will lose the pawn anyway, right? The h3 pawn.
Exactly. I think it's pretty much gone.
So you just have to accept that it's gonna be losing anyway, and then you move on with some other idea.
Yeah, here acceptance has to come at a very early stage.
Very early stage,
Can be
yeah.
the fifth stage.
Right. Okay, so Parham is absolutely in trouble right now. Um, I was just looking if we have some more moves on the first board here.
Are they repeating already? Parham is in a difficult position, but I think he can save the game. And after Queen C2, meanwhile, this is the position that we have on the first board. Again, White did not play Queen E8 here. He wouldn't give up the F2 pawn.
And a potential checkmate coming up if
He played the pawn to G4.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yes, there's a pawn on G4.
So this is the live position that we have right now. And I guess the king goes to G2. And yeah, I mean, the position is, it's a bit, White has to, I think, still do a little bit of hard work, but Black doesn't have a lot to, he doesn't have any additional ways to create threat. Like everything is pinned down to the F2 pawn, but he doesn't have ways to create additional threats. As Black, if I was playing this position, I will still not let White take the draw immediately. But inevitably, I think the result is also not going to change significantly.
Right. But here, what will be your approach with the H5 pawn? Will you take G4 or would you just push it to H4?
So taking G4 is basically taking it closer towards the draw. So I think you have to put the pawn on H4 if you want to continue.
Let's see what Yushipenko is going to do. And I think he pushes it.
And this not just declines the trade offer, but it also prevents the White Knight from coming to G3 in the future, which is important. The White Knight desires freedom, and it needs to come out by some way. Actually, talking about the freedom of the White's Knight, I see that concretely
You can just do it now.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, just play Knight E3 because you cannot take on B3 due to Knight F5, and after Knight E3, it doesn't matter where the queen goes. You play King G2, for example, and then you free up the knight and putting it anywhere you want.
No, you have to go back. Yeah, you need to be careful because here I can take bishop into E3.
Yeah, you don't want to walk into a pawn endgame.
Exactly. This position with the pawn on E3, this can be winning for Black.
Yep, you're right. Still gotta be careful. Yeah, put the knight back, or maybe here in this position, White can also just play King G2, yeah, instead of Knight E3.
Yeah, exactly. White can also play King G2, but then I just try and keep waiting as Black. Maybe I put the pawn on C5, and as Black, I'll try to prolong. So maybe now Knight E3 is a threat because there's no Queen C1 check, and you have to watch out for that as Black. If you play King G8, White comes Queen A8. So we have a move. King G2 is the move.
King G2 is the move. Yes.
Yeah, no, it's pretty close to a draw actually. You can try for the symbolic sake of it, but there's no, I think, significant real winning chances here for Black.
Let's say I play C5, just
C5, the problem was Knight E3.
That's right. Yeah.
It liquidates. So he plays King G8 or King F8.
King F8.
Okay, so King F8, I come and give a check, Queen E8 check. Maybe his intention is to come King E7, but okay, I'll just come back Queen F3 with the same idea, Knight E3. And I'm like, how do you make progress here?
Yeah, hardly, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Wow. Okay. I mean, today, even though there are more draws on the top boards, the game were very complex. I mean, this one as well. This is heading to a draw result as well. But I mean, you see, like it was starting out as a Marshall Gambit, and then it was some sort of a copy game of one of the best players in the world, Magnus Carlsen. It was very complex from the start, and then we were landing on this position, and they're still battling it on.
Yeah, they're still battling it on. There seems to be some fierce will between both the players to try and win this game today. The position looked equal for a long time, but they kept going, and White actually had some real chances at one point, but it was a very difficult chance, and it came exactly on the 41st move. But yeah, he didn't take it, and this draws actually. We have 5 draws in the first 6 boards. This one is also going to be a draw, so effectively 6 in the top 6, and the 8th board was also a draw. This is exactly what might give a chance for some of the people who are lagging behind in the leaderboard right now. Like someone like Nodebek Abdusatro, let's say. He had a bad start, half out of 2. He won the next 2 games, 2.5 out of 4. And he's not out of contention, because if this was a tournament where, let's say, there's only him, Arjun, and the next seed is like 200 points away, then it's going to be very hard for him to catch up, because they're going to just beat everyone else. But in this tournament, there are so many close contenders, so close to each other, that the chances of a draw between them are likelier, because they're so evenly matched. And this is going to give chances for someone who has a strong finish to stake their claim to become the champion.
Yeah, totally. Well, you know what? They can play, but probably at the end of the day, it's still gonna be drawn. But anyway, that is what it takes to be a champion anyway. You have to be ready to play a very long game, back to back to back, and yeah, not to be, taking it so much to your heart, because this type. Hang on, did I just see Queen F4?
Yeah, Queen F4 attacking the bishop on G4.
This is what I like about Knight actually, because the easiest way to just play Queen A8, just like what you showed us on the board, Queen A8 and then come back F3, like you don't do anything. But this is what I like with Knight. He knows that it is just completely drawing position, but with Queen F4, he's still attacking something. He has this attack to H6, he has this attack to D4, and at the same time, it frees up the knight. The knight can go to H2 and maybe to F3 if F2 is not under attack.
Right. Again, there seems to be some will for both the players to try and beat each other in this game.
And I think we can also see the 7-board Karthikeyan Murali, because I just saw some tactics might be happening on the board. So Rook F6 was just played by Karthikeyan, and now it is attacking the knight on F4 and possibly the pawn on F7 as well.
Oh, nice. I didn't actually see that one until you pointed it out.
Right, but what is the position if you have like one knight and 2 pawns and then against a knight? Is it like an easier way to win the game?
Yes, pretty much. The 2 connected pawns, it's just like pawn and games.
Yeah.
So he goes for it towards converting into a easy, theoretically won position.
Yep, and he goes for it, and now we see this tactic on the board. Rook F7, king takes F7, knight D6, king E6, and he's going to take the rook on C8 right away. Yeah, and there is a resignation.
No. They're changing the score.
Oh, they're changing this question. No, sorry. I was too excited because, yeah, I also would like to see how, you continue this one, because it's going to be very instructive. I know it is like the pawn and game that you are, you just keep pushing the pawns with your knight and with your king, everything in a very good harmony. But it's going to be very instructive to our viewers as well on how.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
because there is
promote
one
this.
danger item which is not there in pawn and games, which is okay. So black takes knight into c3, goes into this position with 2 pawns extra for white, and if black can somehow find a way to sacrifice their knight for these 2 extra pawns, like imagine a knight on f6 and king on g5, this position will be a draw if black is able to get knight into g4 and sacrifice the knight for both the white pawns.
Yep.
So this danger exists, and I have seen certain knight endgames where the defensive side can actually do this. So he didn't take the pawn on c3, instead he played king d7.
But after king d7, isn't c4 the move? Then the knight goes to b6 and you keep the 3 pawns up.
And then he will play, I think, knight e3 check.
Oh, there's a check.
Yeah, knight into c4.
I didn't see the
Basically,
king
he
on
wants to
c4.
try and alienate this knight away from the game.
Yeah. Okay, so instead of c4, I think you could just simply play knight a7, yeah? But knight a7, then knight takes c3. The knight is kind of a bit trapped there, but okay, you cannot really trap the knight in this position.
Yeah, because if the king goes there, then I push the pawn, yeah. So that's the problem for black. You can get this position in both the versions, like with the knight on c4 after playing c4, or with the knight on c3, like we have in this position.
Yeah, I have my table bases on right now on my Lichess page. Yeah, it shows all the winning moves and also it shows all the drawn moves. And can I scroll it? No, it doesn't show the losing move. Because technically speaking, you cannot lose in this position as white. Even if you give everything, if you give the knight, if you give the pawns, you cannot lose this position.
Yes, unless you lose on time.
Unless you lose on time, yeah.
And this is the paradox, yeah. Like when you play this online, if you lose on time, you still make a draw here because the opponent has no winning material. But in FIDE laws of chess, you lose because there are technically ways in which black can checkmate white because of the white pawns and pieces.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think if it was like knight, king and the knight, king and the knight, no, you can still.
Yes, you can still
give a checkmate right there. Yeah.
Like king h8, white knight h7,
Yes.
king f7, black knight g6.
Knight g6, yes.
So something like this actually happened in the Global Chess League earlier this year with the game between Magnus Carlsen against Ali Reza, where Magnus promoted a queen and Ali Reza had only a king and knight, and Magnus literally promoted a queen. Now instead of taking the queen with the knight, Ali Reza just moved that knight away, and Magnus flagged on the next move.
Yes, I saw this. Yeah. That's very tricky of Ali Reza. Right.
Yeah, they know how to flag.
Okay, king d7, still number from Karthikeyan. Yeah, both c4 and knight a7 both work to win the game. So which one do you think he will choose?
I think he'll choose c4. Just a hunch.
c4, knight e3, then king e2, I guess.
I was going towards king f2 because I wanted nearer to the pawns. And then knight a7, but it doesn't really matter because okay, here also black can go knight d6 and achieve pretty much the same thing. So maybe just knight a7 in that case. These are also the kind of positions in which Karthikeyan would excel though. He's very good with endgames and calculation-based endgames in general. He's brilliant at solving. He loves to solve, and I remember during the times that I hung out with him, he would just almost all the time keep some position in his mind, imagine it, visualize it, and try to solve them. And a lot of them were endgame studies.
Okay, that is funny in a way because he is willingly putting himself in a situation where he has to solve a problem. Right? I mean, most of us, when the problem persists, we would like to avoid it as much as we can. But he would be like, oh, where is the problem? Okay, there's no problem. I can create it myself. Okay, so he did knight a7, knight takes c3 happens on the board, and king e1.
Yeah, king e1, king d2. Why didn't I see this? Just get this knight out from c3 so you can bring your knight back into the game. And that makes you feel safer in general. You just don't need to calculate the pawn race.
Yeah, knight d5 already played, and knight b5 check.
So the knight returns back. The king goes to the center.
Yes.
Now knight further returns to c3.
Yes, because the king belongs to e3.
Yes.
So what do you do here? If knight f4, let's say.
Knight f4, knight e2, I think.
Oh, just okay, I see. And knight d5 again?
Now I start bringing my king forward.
Yeah, as long as the king is not in front of your pawns, yeah? You don't allow king f4 to happen, that's what I'm trying to
exactly.
say.
You don't allow king f4 to happen, nor this king g5, knight f6. So I want to be able to defend my g4 pawn in that case with king g3, and in those situations, everything is fine. So it's a technical win actually. It's pretty much a game over here for black.
Can we quickly check what's happening on the first board?
First board seems to be a bit stuck in time from what we can see. Queen f4 has been played, and since then there is c5. Black has played c5. Yeah, this is what I thought he might do. So black played c5, and here I don't know yet what is white's move.
Yeah, white is I think still not thinking. I mean, Nandich just got off
Maybe
his
he
chair.
went to refresh himself.
Yeah. Oh, talking about refreshment. Yeah, we also have a room for the players to refresh themselves here with snacks, hot beverages, cold beverages, and yeah, it's very pleasant because if you're playing for like 5 hours, you need this to keep up your energy.
Absolutely. So players can also chill in the refreshment room in between the games.
But without
But
ice
no ice
cream.
creams.
Why are we thinking on the same direction? Yes.
Because of Ding.
Ding chill. Yeah. We checked the refreshment area. Then
Yeah.
there is no ice cream, so you can chill there, but without ice cream.
Yeah, talking about Ding, the match is going to resume tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah? Match is going to resume tomorrow. Some of the final stages, I usually see them in one stretch at a time with the rest days. So I think the next segment will have 3 games with 2 whites for Ding, and then the rest day, and then the last 2 games and the tiebreak comes in one go. It's going towards an exciting finish, and I'm guessing that we might see tiebreaks one more time.
I'm rooting for the tiebreak. I'm very much onto tiebreak and see all this excitement. It's going to be quite a spectacle for all the chess fans all over the world.
Absolutely.
When the match comes to
The
a tiebreak, yeah.
And I don't remember the last time a match didn't actually go into a tiebreak. I think the last time this happened was during the 2014 match between Vichy against Magnus in Sochi. And since then, every single World Championship match has gone to the tiebreak.
Wait, the match between Ian Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen in Dubai.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't on a tiebreak.
Yeah,
Yes.
I forgot about this. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was Magnus's only match which didn't go into the tiebreak, right?
Yeah,
It went against Karyakin, it went against Fabiano,
Yep.
and of course the earlier 2 matches against Vichy and the one against Nepo.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I feel happy. I could correct you on that. I mean, on the chess history, on the chess history, yeah. Because
Yeah, you've learned your lessons.
I learned my lesson not to trust you so much. So yes, finally I could point
Oh,
out.
we have a resignation by the way.
Do we?
Yeah, knight c3 and it's game over. Karthikeyan has won against Reza Mahdavi and he moves into 3.5 out of 4. He's technically the 4th player to move into 3.5 out of 4.
Yes, so he's officially one of the leaders coming to the 5th round tomorrow. So we have still one more game that we cannot leave behind because it is a very important game that is going to, well, I would say change, but it's not going to change anything.
But what did Naidish do? I mean, did this really happen? It can't have. He didn't play knight f1. Come on, yeah, he didn't play knight f1. The eval bar quite often is it's misleading and treacherous. Here, he did not willingly give up this b3 pawn and go knight f1. So we last saw at this point with queen f4, and here Eshipenko improved the position of his queen to c3 with the queen c6 check. White went back king g2 because after queen into b3. White cannot take queen into d4. Black cannot take queen into b3 because of queen into d4. And now c5 defended the d4 pawn. D4 bishop. Knight d2 defended the b3 pawn. And now queen to c2. This is probably the current position. Naidish thinking right now. And this is one of the 2 games which is going on right now in the top 10 boards, yeah?
Yeah, totally, yes. And I think, they know that this is a draw's position, but they are still trying to keep some fire alive because it's still not very clear. Okay, if anyone wants to make a draw out of this position, they could have done so easily, right? By giving a check, for example, or chess players, you could signify your opener or giving the signal, hey, I would like to make a draw. But none of these players actually do that. So it's very interesting to see the players' behavior when they're approaching this type of situation. It is a draw, but hey, I'm not looking for a draw yet. So
Absolutely, absolutely. Fighting spirit all the way, and he goes knight e4. The knight actually goes forward, and Arkady is like, I'm going to, okay, it might be a draw, but on my terms, I'm not going to just sit back, defend, wait for you to do your things and make a draw, but I'm going to come forward, and if you take my b3 pawn, then I'm going to take your c5 pawn and make a draw this way.
yeah.
So with knight e4, his last move, he's going towards doing exactly that, and I think we might actually, logically, we probably should see a position where these pawns come off and a draw is agreed.
But can I hope for more? Now my knight is on the board. Yeah, but I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, now the knight is already out, no longer pinned or very passive on f1. I was trying to make some checkmating attempt, which is, I think it's a bit impossible.
No, actually, you can hope for more if black doesn't take the b3 pawn. But if black takes the b3 pawn, then I think it becomes the problem is with all these checkmating attempts, the important squares are controlled by the dark square bishop.
Yeah, and then you also have some tries in checking the king on g2 as well. Yeah, so...
Exactly, like check, and then the queen comes to d5 or b7.
And he's grabbing it. Queen takes b3. He is captured the pawn.
Yeah, so the one pawn comes off, and now I imagine that after queen d6 check, and also on the, and knight takes c5 on the next move, I think they should probably just be agreeing for a draw pretty soon.
Yes, and well, knight h is still thinking. Or has he played queen d6? He has.
He has played queen d6.
And king still on f8.
Yeah, but it shouldn't really make much of a difference where the king goes to g7 or g8. I'm not really counting e8, which seems, yeah, king g7 feels a bit safer.
Yeah,
taking
king
that.
g7. Oh,
Yeah,
and
there
then
we have it.
it comes with a draw offer. Wow, that was such a game. Like there was one moment when Yushipenko could have been better, right? But he didn't seize it.
When Naidish could have been better, actually. There was this one moment when Naidish could have been better as white, when on the 41st move, instead of playing queen to a4, here he could have played queen to b5 instead. The detail being that if black takes the knight on d2, white had queen to e2. This was potentially the chance that he could have. Oh,
There was a cool shot,
yeah,
actually.
I saw, yeah.
It was accidental, but it was such a cool shot just now with our photographer, right? Yeah, very interesting game, and okay. I couldn't pick which one is my favorite game of the day. I mean, this one is interesting. Obviously, Arjun's game was very interesting with Pranesh, and Karthikeyan's win, I think it was quite convincing as well. And he totally deserved it to be one of the leaders after his win here on the fourth round. I like when you said he's done the thing that no one has ever done in this tournament against Reza Mahdavi.
Yeah.
Yes.
So far,
yeah. But also other drawing games. Oh, the win of Daneshvar Bardia against Kashgaliev was also very interesting there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but well, tomorrow we're going to have 6 leaders: Naidi Arkady, Yushipenko, Sergei Shanshan, Idani Puya, and
Karthikeyan
Murali and
Daneshwar
Daneshwar
Bardia.
Bardia. Yes, they are on 3.5 out of 4. So the 6 of them will somehow will play against each other. The pairings will come up tonight. And wow, what a day today we have at the
Absolutely.
office. Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely. Yeah, tomorrow it's round number 5, one more round before the rest day, and it's very important. Walking into a rest day without any loss, it's every chess player's dream.
Absolutely. There's one exception though, which I think was Gukesh. There was this interview where everyone was discussing if they would prefer to have a good tournament and end with a loss, or a bad tournament and end with a win. So which one would you pick?
I don't know. I think I don't know actually. That doesn't sound like
So almost everyone chose a bad tournament but end with a win.
ended with a win. Yeah, yeah.
Except Gukesh who was like, no, I don't mind. I would prefer to have a good tournament but with a loss in the end. That's okay.
Yeah, I think I think that's the right approach. Oh, by the way, talking about that, one of my most notable achievement was I won the Asian Championship, and I think I lost in the last round.
Okay, I don't mind. I don't mind if I'm winning the tournament. I won the world and it was also losing the last round. I don't mind if I end up winning though.
Yeah, I mean, well, at least you have a good tournament, right? It's not necessarily if you win it or not, but at least you have a good
But
tournament.
then imagine you lose the last round and you miss a medal.
Oh, then that's bad. Yes. Anyway, tomorrow it's going to be another day at the Qatar Masters Open 2024. We are walking to the halfway of the tournament. Round number 5 is going to happen tomorrow at 4 p.m. local time. And Srinath, thank you so much for all the commentary, all the insights today. They were so instructive. Looking forward to your commentary again tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Irene.
Yeah, and thank you everyone for watching. But before we end the stream, I have 2 interviews with none other than Pranesh, who just hold the game against Arjun Erigaisi and ended with a draw, and another interview with our South African guest. It's Miss Losher. So enjoy everyone, and see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m. local time.
We have a result, the draw of Grandmaster Pranesh against Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi. We had a very exciting match, a very exciting game. You were pushing for so long. How do you feel yourself? What are your first emotions after this game?
I was completely winning. Then when my time got low, I just started blundering. But okay, I had draw like all the time. But yeah, I was winning like for 3-4 moves. Yeah, so I just it's fine. Yeah.
Would you mind showing us some key moments in the position?
Yeah, here I was not sure about this move, but this rook at 6 and this and rook b6, yeah. And this rook is like coming like this, and I have to triple O and something like this. Then I slowly got attacked like knight g6 bishop rook at 8, and I was completely winning. Then I just missed some moves because I have like very low time, yeah. So yeah, but still draw is like not bad.
And actually, last year in Qatar Masters 2023, where you were taking part as well, you played against number 1 seeded Magnus Carlsen, also in the round number 4, and history repeats itself. And now you're playing against number 1 Arjun Erigaisi. Is it coincidence?
I don't know. Just it's coincidence, but I didn't really know it was 4th round and all. But yeah, there also I drew. Here also I drew. Like each and every year I'm playing 2,800 opponents. Yeah.
How is the FAR tournament going for you? Do you enjoy it?
It's decent for now. Yeah.
Yes. So it's your second time playing here. Have you played previous editions? Second time. Yeah. So how do you like compare it to the last year?
I mean, both are like extremely good. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Best of luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Welcome to Qatar Masters 2024. I'm joined by Women International Master from South Africa, Ansel Laubscher. Ansel, I'm happy to see you here in Qatar.
I'm so excited to be here. Thanks for having the interview.
Is it your first time in Qatar, or you have been already many times here?
Well, does it count if you have layovers in Qatar? So that I've been a few times, but this is my second time visiting inside and doing work inside Qatar, yes.
So what are you doing here? Because I see you don't have a player card, you have some local organizing committee card.
Yes, that's just to get me on the floor because I'm not a player and I want to watch the games, obviously. But I'm also involved with the Qatar Schools Chess Program. So I do quite a lot of work for FIDE Education Commission, and I'm a senior lead instructor that train the teachers all around the world. So Qatar had a big rollout in June, when I trained some of the teachers, and now it's in the schools, and we are so excited because I had to visit some of the schools now to see how the teachers are doing, and it's like I'm like a proud mama bear to see how well it's going. Yes.
So basically, chess is implemented in the school subjects in Qatar. So how is it going?
Well, it's what I could see. It's really amazing. I only visited the schools where there are girls, and obviously that made me so excited to see that there are so many girls that want to play, and they're so like from the age of 5. There were some girls like I asked her, "Can you write already?" "No, ma'am." I said, "Can you play chess?" "Yes, ma'am." So that's the way to go.
Incredible. So many girls are interested in playing chess, and due to this program, they can again get better and better. What attracts you the most about Qatar, Doha, about Qatar Masters tournament?
Well, obviously the strong players. It is so nice to walk in there and watch them play. And then you guys, obviously I'm here because you guys are here. But it's really the whole vibe is just so amazing with all the, it's almost like the status of this game is just on the next level. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anzel. We are happy to have you here and we wish you best of luck in visiting and all your projects for children.
Oh, thank you so much.